You are live.
All right, good evening, everyone. This will begin the November 3rd, 2021 Rochester Preservation Board hearing, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the chair. Chris, you're on mute.
All right, let's try that again. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 3rd, 2021 Preservation Board hearing for the City of Rochester. My name is Christopher Coretta. I'll be chairing this evening's meeting. I'm an associate real estate broker living in the historic Grove Place Preservation District. I also sit on the executive committee for the Landmark Society of Western New York, as well as serve as a trustee on their board. We're meeting tonight under extraordinary circumstances due to the state and local emergency orders requiring social distancing. We amended the Rochester Preservation Board bylaws to allow us to conduct this hearing as authorized by the governor's and mayor's emergency orders and to waive other requirements in order to proceed with this online hearing. These waivers permit us to hold this hearing by teleconference with no in-person attendance, allow applicant presentations by teleconference, and require all public comments, both in favor of and opposed to the application, to be submitted in writing, by email, or by hard copy document mailed to the zoning office, or deposited in the secure drop box located in the link entrance of City Hall. All written public comments were all required to be submitted by 5 p.m. yesterday. Although this hearing has been altered for some of our normal procedures, many things remain the same. All the normal notifications for this hearing, including mailed notice, publication, and the posting of notice, were followed. All the normal timeframes for applicant presentations and comments in favor of and opposed to the application remain the same. And most importantly, this board will hear, review, and make decisions about all the applications with the same diligence and using the same standards as required by the zoning code. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone that when a case is called, the applicant will be allowed 15 minutes to present. The applications are posted on the city website and available for the public to review. All applicants were advised to ensure that their applications were complete and included all information that they intend to present at this hearing tonight. As the application is presented, staff will, as reasonably as possible, show the pages of the application the applicant is addressing. Following our normal procedure, the board members may ask the applicant questions. If during the hearing, the board determines that substantial new evidence has been submitted by the applicant during the presentation or is given in response to questions by the board, the case will be adjourned to the next announced hearing date to allow the public to review that new evidence and to submit additional comments. After the applicant's presentation is completed, staff will read into record any comments received after the comment deadline that are not already posted on the city website. After all the comments have been read, the applicant will have 5 minutes to offer any testimony and rebuttal. The board will commence deliberations and voting after the public hearing of each agenda item, with the exception of any applications that are being adjourned. Please also note that if your case is approved today, a written decision will be mailed to you within 15 business days. The decision will inform you of the next steps to complete the approval process. Before we open the first case, please note that we are all volunteers. I'd like each of the board members to confirm their presence for purposes of establishing a quorum for this hearing and to introduce themselves and mention their area of expertise. In alphabetical order, we'll start with Isaac Brocker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Isaac Brocker. I'm an architect here in Rochester, and I'm a resident of the Browncroft Historic District.
Thanks, Isaac. Next would be Ed Kane.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ed Kane. I'm a resident of the East Avenue Preservation District.
Thank you, Ed. Next would be Gerald Gamm.
Good evening. We're also residents of the East Avenue Preservation District. I also sit on the Board of Trustees at the Landmark Society, and I teach courses at the University of Rochester on urban politics.
Thank you, Gerald. And our Vice Chair, Kirsten Solberg.
Hello, I'm Kirsten Solberg. I'm a resident of the Browncroft neighborhood and an architect.
Thanks, Kirsten. Also, we'd like to introduce staff. Staff, if you'd like to, we could start with Matthew.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt, and I am currently the interim staff to the Preservation Board.
Thanks, Matt. We'll go to the Law Department. Tom Worth.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tom Worth, and I'm with the Law Department in providing
legal counsel this evening.
Thank you, Tom. Andrew Creary.
Hello, good evening. I'm Andrew Creary, and I am also with the City Law Department.
Great. Anna, did you want to introduce yourself?
Hi there, Anna Keller with the zoning office, just doing kind of the back of house technology this evening.
Thanks, Anna. We appreciate that. And Roseanne.
Hi, Roseanne Khalil. I'm the manager of zoning and I'm just listening in. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, board members and staff. And I'll turn it over to Matt, who will introduce our first case, please.
Okay, case number one, which all board members present, all board members present have visited the site, is a certificate of appropriateness that was adjourned from the October 6th, 2021 hearing. File number is A-001-2122. The address is 101 South Plymouth Avenue, located in the Center City Base District. The property is a local landmark. It is the Central Church of Christ. The applicants are Minister Franklin Florence and the project contractor Clark Bono, and the purpose is to remove and replace an existing slate and asphalt roof with new materials of a different design. And we have several.
I'm just going to interrupt real quick. I apologize. We have two people whose names I don't recognize in the wait room, and I just want to make sure that we know who they are before introducing case one in case they are here for case one. So if you are calling in and your phone number ends in 0479, can you please press *6 to unmute yourself and let us know who you are and what case you're here for?
I'm here for case of 6 Madison Street.
What was that?
6 Madison.
Okay, great. And then Craig Williams, do you mind unmuting yourself and letting us know which case you're here for? Craig, if you just unmute your computer, you can let us know which case you're here for. Okay, looks like Craig might not be with us presently. But you can proceed with calling the case, Matt. Apologies for the interruption.
Craig,
No,
Craig just came in on the chat and said he's with the Jefferson Avenue Church.
Great, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Craig. And thank you, Anna, for checking in. So at this time, all the applicant team for case number 101 South Plymouth, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Should be in the lower left-hand corner, and then go from there.
I'll actually swear them in. Are both applicants here? Minister Clifford Florence, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll start with you, Minister. Minister Clifford Florence, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And next would be Clark Bono. Clark, are you with us?
I don't see him on the list of attendees. No.
Okay. So we'll go with Minister Clifford Florence.
Is there someone else? Lee Penny is assisting with this application, or?
I can see a Lee Penny on the screen.
Minister, is there someone else with you?
I can't see anyone.
I'm Lee Penny, and I'm here for case number 7.
Case 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I see my name up
we'll,
there on case 1, so that's there.
Okay, we'll get you moved back over. Okay, thank you.
All right, so
Okay,
Minister,
so
Minister, we're ready for your presentation.
Thank you. I believe that Clark Bono submitted to you the recommended changes and how that would look. And I don't know if everyone had a chance to take a look at what he submitted on our behalf, and maybe just wondering if there's any reaction or questions.
We did receive some of these items, yes. And you have 15 minutes to present. Is that everything that you wanted to say? Is there more that you wanted to present?
Well, we also wanted to get response from the board in terms of that information as a part of our 15 minutes. And also if there were any additional feedback from our last meeting in terms of looking at emergency funding or connecting with folks that would help us address what some of the members were able to observe from the church.
Okay, that would be the question period.
Okay.
But the first part would be your presentation and anything that you wanted to say or add to help us along with it.
No, I think that what Clark provided was pretty straightforward. And basically, we wanted to make sure that everything that was required of us from that point of view was covered. And then we wanted to make sure that some of the items that we addressed in lieu of what was submitted was covered, and then we would know how we would move forward toward discussion and decision.
Okay. Well, if that's...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just procedurally, maybe so that we're on the same page. All that we have are 4 photos of the existing roof. And then Matt, could you tell us that there were some sample shingles also presented? Just so that Minister Florence knows what we have.
Yes, correct. So Minister, yes, the information that Clark submitted to the office is included, has been provided to the board members. They are in possession of that. Clark also presented sample material for the proposal, which were provided to the board members it was offered to the board members in order to view them should they want. So yes, the board members are in possession of what Clark submitted for both the materials as well as the photographs.
And can you tell us what the materials are, Matt, for those that didn't get to see?
And
it?
Tom,
so it's
Tom, excuse me, Clark is having some trouble getting in, so I just wanted someone to be on the lookout for him, please. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, thank you for that information. We appreciate it. We have someone in the background doing the technology, so we can definitely keep an eye on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yes, I'm gonna grab the materials. Hold on one second. There's a Da Vinci slate, which was addressed in the application, as well as Empire slate color. I don't know if you can see that. It's drowning out from the background, as well as a
Matt, I'm sorry, it's Gerald. Would it be possible for you to not use your background at the moment?
Yep.
Thanks.
Hold on one second.
Thank you.
I just realized it's blocking me out. EcoStar Majestic Slate Chisel Point material. Just reading the label on the back. EcoStar Empire Slate series of color options. This is the composite material. And then the one that was dropped off earlier is the Da Vinci slate. Again, all of which were included for the board members. Is that good, Tom?
Yeah.
Matt, can I just ask a clarifying question about the materials?
Mm-hmm.
I only saw one that wasn't rectangular. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm picking up, Minister Florence mentioned that is waiting on Clark Bono to arrive. Would it make sense to take another hearing and take this next after that to allow time for him to attend? Would you want to do that, Minister Florence?
That would be wonderful if that would not disrupt. Thank you.
Anna, do you see Mr. Bono in the,
No, he's not here.
okay.
She's just, they're logging in now. They didn't get the link.
Okay.
So
Tom, how do you want me to do it then?
Clark is trying to log in now. He didn't get a copy of the link, so I hope he's appearing shortly. But if it's not disruptive, if you want to go to the next one and then come back to us, if that can be done, it's okay.
Let's do this. I appreciate that, but let's do this. Let me just try to get a hold of him right now and see if we can have him come on right now in the next 10 seconds. So I don't have to worry about that.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, give me one. Now, everybody, they're on their way in right now, just as a quick update.
Hi, Clark. Are you there?
Hello. Yes, I
Hey.
am.
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, I'm sorry we had this delay.
Okay, Clark.
Let's get
Clark,
going.
can I just need to swear you in, Clark. Clark
Okay.
Bono, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, great. So we're ready for your presentation. I guess we'll start the clock now. So we're ready.
Okay. We dropped off a bunch of samples as you requested at our last meeting. And we decided with the slate to go with, the Echo Star. And that's the same product that they used at Lake Avenue. And why we went with that over Da Vinci is we have a local company in Holland, New York, 40 minutes away from the job site. And they also had the shapes. And Da Vinci, we were having problems with them producing these sided or three-sided shapes. So anyhow, we were successful with that. I viewed the products; they're great, and we submitted those for your approval. And also during this, talking to, and I apologize, I forgot his name. We also asked to have the asphalt simulated shape by Certainty Grand Manor or GF Grand Manor as an alternate, which would be more affordable for the church. And I guess we were hoping to possibly get a rejection or a denial based on the asphalt shingle so that we could apply for a hardship. And I guess that's basically in a nutshell.
Okay.
Any questions?
Anything else that you wanted to add to your presentation?
No, but I wanted to thank all of you for helping us and being very attentive to trying to figure all this out. I know you've put a lot of time in it, and it's kind of a difficult situation, but I wanted to go on record saying I thought you've all done a great job, and I thank you for all your input on this.
Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Okay, so if that's your presentation, we will now go into the question period. We'll go through and ask each member if they have any questions. Isaac, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you, Isaac. Ed Kane, any questions for the applicant?
No, I don't have any questions either.
All right. I'm next, Christopher Coretta. I have no questions for the applicant. Gerald Gam?
I have no new questions. The questions I had got answered last time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Kirsten Solberg, any questions for the applicant?
Likewise, no additional questions.
All right, thank you very much. That'll end the question and answer period. I'll go back to Matt. Matt, do you have any public testimony at all that you wanted to read into it?
No, there's no public testimony, and no one signed up to provide any oral testimony.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we will technically close the public portion if there's no one from the public that wanted to make any statements. And Matt, did you want to talk about the deliberations, or did you want me to go with that?
Nope, I can go ahead and do that. So that will close the public hearing portion for 101 South Plymouth Avenue, which means the board can now enter into deliberations for the case. During deliberations, there is no participation by applicants or the public. It is a time where the board deliberates, makes decisions on the cases.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess we'll start with Isaac. Isaac, your thoughts on this, please.
I don't see, I don't see much difference in the presentation of what we saw at the previous meetings. And I'm having a hard time understanding like what the patterning is of the actual, of what's being proposed. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, so the application, the way it sits right now, you're not comfortable with it, or you wouldn't support it?
I don't feel like I have all the information in order to make a decision on the design of the actual patterning of the roof and what exactly is being proposed.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Ed Kane, your thoughts, please.
I pretty much agree with what Isaac has said.
All right, thank you. I would be next. I would agree with Isaac and Ed. It's pretty much the same that we saw last time. There's really not much difference. We did ask for some patterning designs. So I wouldn't support it the way it sits, exactly the way it's presented right now. Gerald Gam? Your thoughts?
Would it be okay for me to share my screen? And what I want to share,
It's up to Anna.
is a photograph. Yes?
Well, you broke up for a second. That would actually be up to Anna. I think Anna would have to do
Yeah,
that.
we're not going to present any more evidence here, okay? So we're on question period now, so.
I was just thinking for
deliberations.
So Tom, I
No,
can't
because
share.
the hearing is closed, so we're now in deliberations. It's too late to present anything else.
Okay.
Tom, I was just asking if I can show a photograph of the roof as I talk.
No.
So
Okay.
Gerald, what are your thoughts on it, other than the photo?
Okay, so my thoughts is just to follow up on what's already been said, that it's a roof that has incredible detailing and a beautiful pattern. We specified at the last hearing that what we really needed was a detailed facet by facet breakdown of the roof's existing condition and a roof plan for what a new roof would look like in terms of color, in terms of design, and in terms of shapes of shingles. And in the absence of that, I'm not comfortable approving a plan to move forward. I did note that the applicant specifically noted that they were talking about the composite shingles that resemble slate, but also asphalt shingles. And I understood them to ask us specifically to make a ruling on asphalt shingles. And I would be comfortable doing what the applicant advised. I would be comfortable rejecting asphalt shingles because I don't think they're appropriate for the roof. I think what we would need is a clear plan for slate-like shingles of different patterns and of different designs and different shapes to match the existing patterns.
Okay. Thanks, Gerald. Kirsten, what are your thoughts, please?
Echoing much of the same. I think it was spelled out in the past two cases that we were looking for a roof plan detailing the patterning, what was a flat roof, what was a sloped roof, so that we could distinguish between the two. I did see the materials in person. I thought that the composite slate were appropriate and that the design could be based on those products.
Based on what I'm hearing, if someone wanted to give me a motion based on the application, the way it sits, and then we can vote on it, would someone like to do that? Gerald.
I will make a motion regarding case number 1, file number A-001-21-22, to remove and replace an existing slate and asphalt roof with new materials of a different design, that we reject the application.
Second.
A motion has been made by Gerald Kam and properly seconded by Kirsten Solberg. I will read down through each member alphabetically, starting with Isaac.
Chris, I just have a question. Given that I just made the motion, did I make it incorrectly?
Well,
I would vote to reject, but should I instead make it a motion to approve?
I think that's a Tom question.
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's make a motion to
No,
approve.
it's all right to vote to reject, but one thing is there was consideration given to saying, no, never mind. You don't have to frame it in the positive and then vote no. You can move to reject it. You could move to reject it with instructions of what you would consider approving if they submitted an alternative material to your liking. You have these different options, but you don't have to worry about the formality of putting it in a positive or negative. This isn't Lincoln Douglas debates.
Okay, could I, Chris, following what Tom said, can I slightly modify my motion?
Okay, sure.
So regarding file number A-001-21-22 at 101 South Plymouth Avenue, that we reject the application as submitted, but that we would welcome a future application following the guidelines that we have offered.
Okay. Kirsten?
Second?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure I added much. I'm sorry.
Okay, a motion's been made by Gerald Gam, properly seconded by Kirsten Solberg. I will read down for a vote. Alphabetically, we'll start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, do you vote yay or nay for the motion?
Yay.
Isaac Brocker votes yay for the motion. Next is Ed Kane. Ed, do you vote yay or nay for the motion?
Yay.
Ed Kane votes yay for the motion. Next would be me, Christopher Coretta. I vote yay for the motion. Gerald Gam.
I vote yay.
Gerald Gam votes yay for the motion. And Kirsten Solberg.
Yay.
Kirsten Solberg votes yay. That would be 5 yays, unanimous. Thank you very much for the presentation. Matthew, would you call the next case when you're ready, please?
Case number 2 is a certificate of appropriateness at 266 Park Avenue. File number is A-016-2122. Property is located in the R2 Medium Density Residential District, as well as the Overlay Boutique District and the East Avenue Preservation District. The applicant is the business owner, Vasco Domovsky, and the purpose is to legalize the installation of an externally illuminated 12 square foot projecting sign and sunsetter retractable awning for Parks, Plates, and Shakes. And we have Vasco here with us.
Hi, Vasco. I just needed to swear you in. Are you with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. Vasco Domovsky, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The truth.
Great. I also wanted to just get into the testimony on record that all board members did visit the site. And Vasco, we are ready for your presentation.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, so about 4 or 5 months ago, I was opening a business. I'm 21 years old. And about 4 months ago, when I was opening up, I wanted to do an awning, and I was taking a business over. And I did a sign, which was in the same spot where the old sign was. And it went in the same spot. And then I decided to do an awning because I decided it'd be something good for Park Avenue, you know, for my customers. It would fit in perfect on Park Avenue next to these other businesses. And I ended up going through a guy that did the business right next door. And I was dealing with the business department. And my mother was helping me out too as well. And I was going back and forth, especially with COVID. Everything was during emails, and we were trying to figure things out. And they told me, you don't need a permit for the sign, that if there was one there already, you can just put one up. And then same thing with the awning. We didn't know that we needed a permit. I'm going to be honest. I did not know. And I ended up talking to the guy. Now, this is where it got a little confusing, is where when I was talking to the company that was putting up my awning, my sign, he's been doing this for years. He's known, a lot of businesses, and they recommend him too. And he was telling me that it's fine. I'll take care of the paperwork. I've done this before. And as me, when someone tells me that, I was like, okay, perfect. Like, if you got this, it's a lot easier. It was a day before my grand opening, so I was all excited. So he said he was going to put it up for me. So he ended up putting it up. And then I had Snyder, I'm pretty sure his last name was. He came and then was like, you guys put this up, blah, blah, this and that. And I, was just going along what the guy was telling me, that he will, get the permits ready, and it was Mark, his name. And he was like, I did the one next door. You shouldn't get in any problems. Because I also was like, I'm paying you to put this up. I don't want no problems. I want everything to be good and easy. And then we did end up running into some problems, of course. So, my intentions were not, to cause any problems or anything like that. I just wanted everybody to be happy, business wise, make my business look good, make my people, sit under the awning, enjoy their food and what Park has to offer. So there's a lot of confusion going back and forth. So it's already up. So we're just going back and forth the whole time. And that's basically it.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to give us any more information on the design itself? We appreciate the other information.
Basically, how, the neighbors is, we did the same thing. I just went based off that. I did wish I knew we would have done permits, because I would have done them obviously before I opened up, because, this is a hassle and I didn't want to go through this. So, otherwise than that, no. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the presentation.
Of course.
We'll go through to all the board members to see if they have any questions for you. We'll start
Okay.
alphabetically. We'll start from the bottom alphabetically this time. Kirsten Solberg, any questions for the applicant?
I don't think I have any questions. You described it as a vinyl sign. And the awning is identical to what is next door? Just wanted to verify.
Yes, it's the same person that ended up doing theirs as well. And I guess they did theirs obviously with permits, but it was the same guy that did mine. So, I mean, that's why I trusted him, and especially when he said that he was going to take care of it. So it was just a lot of confusion, and other people, we were just getting different information the whole time. But yes, it is the same. And I've had it up for 5 months now, so nothing bad has happened.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. Gerald Gamm, any questions for the applicant, please?
No questions at all.
Okay, I would be next. I have no questions. Vasco. Ed Kane, any questions?
I have no questions.
Ed Kane has no questions. And Isaac Brocker, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
All righty, very good. I'll go back to Matt to see if there's any public comments.
No, there was just one included in the staff report, but nothing in addition to that.
I think we have a member of the public signed up to speak.
Oh, yeah, no written comments. Yes, there is a member, yep, for oral testimony. Nothing beyond for written, nothing beyond what was in the staff report, though.
All right, great. We're ready to hear the, excuse me, ready to hear the person from the public.
John, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. You should be good to go.
Good evening. John Lembach speaking for the Park Megs Neighborhood Association. Our board and officers have approved this application. It's nice to have a.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, John, but we just need to swear you in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. That's my bad.
Please do.
Okay. John. John, give me your last name, please.
John Lembach.
Thank you. John Lembach, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. We're ready for you. Go ahead, please.
The Park Megs Neighborhood Association welcomes this new small business to our neighborhood. The availability of an additional eatery is welcomed by a lot of people. I understand their business has been very good, and we do approve of the sign. However, we do have to comment that we're not happy about having the sign and the awning installed without prior application by the owner to the actual approval of the sign. This has been a problem throughout the Park Avenue area in recent months, and there needs to be some kind of comment made to the city about this. We feel in part the blame can be placed on the city itself by not having enough building code inspectors to pay attention to these details. And also they're not providing us with information about what permits are being handed out nowadays for building changes and so forth. I would also note that the awning next door that's used as the model for this particular awning was not approved at any time in the past. We have several other instances in the Park Avenue area that we will be commenting on in the future of that. Having said that, the sign itself looks okay. It blends in with the area and it represents the business fairly, and it's a nice addition to the neighborhood. So we suggest that you or request that you approve the sign as presented and the awning as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Matt, anyone else? Anything else from the public?
No, nothing else from the public.
All right, thank you. Mr. Domofsky, you have the right to rebut, say anything you'd like about the comments. You don't have to, but you have the right to.
Oh, everything was great. Thank you.
All right. And with that, we will close the public portion. I'll go back over to Matt and talk about deliberations, please.
Yes, so this is the deliberations for the case at 266 Park Avenue. There is no participation by applicants or by the public. This time is reserved for board members to deliberate and render a decision.
Great. Thanks, Matt. We'll start with Kirsten Solberg. What are your thoughts on this, please?
So, because this is an enforcement case, I went back to our guidelines, and maybe everyone else will disagree with me. I have some problems with the signage. I'm okay with the awning, but just a quick review of our guidelines say that the sign should be simple with only the essential message. If this were to come fresh to us, I would probably recommend eliminating everything other than the name of the business and the number on the sign. I'm fine with the shape. I'm fine with the scale. I'm fine with the colors. I don't love the vinyl. I like more of an embossed look sign, but it passes our guidelines. But I would like to see the sign remade with a reduction of information, and I would encourage the applicant to go to page 6 of the preservation guidelines, and I think it's pretty clear what we're looking for there.
Okay, great. Gerald, your thoughts, please.
So I actually thought, I agree with Kirsten on the awning. I think the awning is fine. I think the awning is appropriate and it's consistent with other awnings along Park Avenue. And I disagree about the sign. I think the sign is okay. I think we've approved signs that have images on them, have little designs on them. And as Kirsten points out, what we don't approve are signs that are crowded with other information. The kind of information that we have not allowed on signs is the name of the street, the city, the zip code, the telephone number, the web address of the place of business. So I look at this sign and say, this is consistent with the sign, even if this weren't a legalization case, if this were coming to us fresh. This is a sign I think that I would have no issues approving. I think it is consistent with other signage on Park Avenue. It has just 4 elements: the name of the business, an image of a person eating something, a street number, and then a quote attached to the place of business. It's all about the sauce. And so I'm okay approving the sign. I think it is within our guidelines and the sort of sign that we typically do approve.
All right, thank you, Gerald. I would be next. I don't have a problem with this application the way it sits. I would support it. Ed Kane, what are your thoughts, please?
I agree with you, Chris. I don't have a problem with it. Had it come to us, maybe we might have tweaked it a little bit, but it is what it is, and I think it's okay as is.
Okay, and Isaac, thank you. Isaac Brocker?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the tagline at the bottom, and I actually just quickly looked online to see, and I think that actually that the tagline is part of their logo. So from that perspective, I don't have a problem with it. Like has mentioned earlier, had this come before us in a previous hearing, I would have made some other suggestions. I think the sign, to raise the quality of the sign, I think it looks a little cheap, but I would approve it.
Okay, great. Did someone want to give me a motion?
Yeah, I will. In case number 2, file number A-016-21-22 for the project at 266 Park Avenue, for the request to legalize the installation of externally illuminated 12 square foot projecting sign and sunset or retractable awning for Parks, Plates and Shakes. I think I got everything here. The motion is to approve as presented.
Second.
A motion has been made by Isaac Brocker and seconded by Gerald Gamm. I will call on each member alphabetically for their vote. We'll start with Kirsten Solberg.
I'm gonna nay this one.
Okay, Kirsten nays this one. Next will be Gerald Gamm.
Yay.
Gerald Gamm votes yay, excuse me. Next would be me, Christopher Coretta. I vote yay for the motion. Ed Kane.
I vote yay.
Ed Kane votes yay for the motion. And Isaac Brocker.
Yay.
Isaac Brocker votes yay. So 4 votes are needed to pass. So that this did pass. There was 4 yeas and 1 nay. Thank you very much for your application. Matthew, whenever you're ready, if you would please call on the 3rd case.
All right, case number 3 is a certificate of appropriateness at 309 Jefferson Avenue. The file number is A-017-2122. The zoning district for the property is R2 medium density residential district. The property is a local landmark. The applicant is Jennifer Ahrens, the project architect, and the purpose is to construct a flat roofed canopy covering over the existing accessible entrance on the north elevation of the Jefferson Avenue SDA Church. And we do have Jennifer here, and there are several members from the church here.
That's correct. And it's taking me a minute to get them all promoted. So let me just give you assurances when everyone's over.
Quick question. Will each person from the church be speaking as well, just because I need to swear everyone in?
Right now, it'll just be me presenting, unless
Okay.
they have to answer a question.
We're just waiting for Eric, Deacon Eric. So one moment. Zoom doesn't move as fast as my brain does.
When they all get in line, maybe it just makes sense for Chris to just swear everyone in together, and then after he says that, everyone could say their name and say whether they agree or disagree to swear.
Gotcha.
All right.
Happy to do it.
Deacon Eric, if you ever want to speak, you can just press unmute. But we do have Shane, Eric, and Craig with us now.
And all board members present have visited the site as well.
Thank you. Shane, I'm sorry because everything kind of collapsed when we did a share screen. What's your last name, please, Shane?
It's Joyce, Joyce.
Thank you. And Craig, what's your last name, please?
Williams is my last name.
Williams, thank you very much. And Deacon Eric, what's your last name, please, as well?
Smart.
S-M-A-R-T. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I will swear each of you in. I will start with Jennifer. Jennifer Ahrens, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well.
Deacon Eric Smart.
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And Shane Joyce, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And Craig Williams, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. And Jennifer, we're ready for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. I'm Jennifer Ahrens. I'm the principal architect from Barrow Architecture, and I'm representing Deacon Eric Smart and the Jefferson Avenue Seventh-day Adventist Church. In attendance with us, as you heard, is Deacon Eric and Craig from the building committee, and Shane Joyce, who's an architectural associate from Barrow Architecture. We want to thank you for the opportunity to present to the board for an entrance canopy design at 309 Jefferson Avenue. Just a little background on the church. The Jefferson Avenue Seventh-day Adventist Church, along with its adjoining parish hall and the detached parish office building, are a significant and important historic campus of buildings that's located along Jefferson Avenue and within the Jefferson Avenue community. The campus of buildings 309 to 323 Jefferson Avenue are individually designated historic landmark properties with the city of Rochester, and they're contributing structures to the state and national register Jefferson Avenue Historic District. The church structure, originally named as the Church of the Epiphany, was constructed in 1869. It's a Gothic revival style. Later additions include the Medina sandstone north transept in 1889, and the more simple brick masonry parish hall that's along Jefferson Avenue that was added in the early 20th century. Our project site is tucked in between these two structures along the north elevation. We were engaged by Deacon Smart and the church building committee to design a roof covering for the north transept. It's an accessible entrance to improve the safety and the aesthetics of this entrance. The proposed work includes providing a roof covering over the existing door and landing. This is to protect the church occupants from snow and rain from the upper pitched roofs, but also it's not only a safety concern, it's also a functional concern. Right now, snow and ice accumulates on the concrete landing, and the at-grade accessible door, when you try to swing it open and there's snow or ice buildup, it's very difficult to open. So these compounding concerns of safety and having slippery sidewalks and steps, the building committee for the church was called to action basically to improve this situation. So the design, it was a bit of a design challenge. And as you can see from the photos and the drawings provided, the exterior door and the landing are tucked between the historic Medina sandstone. It has detailed masonry openings, buttresses, shaped coping stones. And then it has the more simplified parish hall that's just constructed of brick masonry. The design intent was to provide a canopy that basically a flat roof, kind of float it within over the existing landing, cantilever it out past the face of the existing building to draw attention that this is the entrance to the building. Also expressed importance from the building committee was that that this creates a welcoming and a safe area for the churchgoers to go to. So the roof, and so essentially we approached it that the roof and the canopy structural detailing was intended to be very minimal and very warm and accessible, and also really not impact the historic elements, and to be fully reversible. So specific to the canopy design, it's a cantilevered structure. It's supported by the existing masonry walls. You will not see any of the structure. It's going to hover above. There'll be a metal roof edge with a hung gutter that wraps around the metal edge, collects the stormwater, and ties in to the downspout in the hub. Stormwater collection and careful removal is really important in order to ensure that this is a safe access or a safe entrance, excuse me. The steel pipe columns, they're bracketed to the existing exterior stone landing, or excuse me, concrete landing to minimize the impact and not to make penetrations that are just a maintenance hazard for the church. The columns really define the space and provide a little interest in the design, although they're not really structural columns. The ceiling is designed to be a metal panel ceiling with a wood-like appearance with a recessed light. The existing ramp and stair metal handrails will remain in place. They'll be painted to finish. The existing site paving will not be modified. Just as an aside, Deacon Eric sent me a picture of what you guys saw on site. There was this lovely compressor unit tucked in there that we did not really know about, with exposed cabling and everything. So what I wanted to say is Deacon Eric has assured me that this will be relocated at the time that the canopy is constructed. And if you have any questions, he's online so we can talk to him. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much. What we'll do is we'll ask each member if they have any questions. We'll start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, do you have any questions for Jennifer or anyone from the church?
No, I think this is a thorough presentation and I have all my questions answered.
Great. Thank you. Ed Kane.
Yeah, I too thought it was a fine presentation and I have no questions.
Thank you. I'm next. I think it was a real challenge to do that, and I applaud you for it. I think it's a fine design. I did want to ask where they will relocate that HVAC unit.
That's a great question. Yeah, and I want to hear what Deacon says, because this elevation is littered with already entrances and doors and windows, and there's already a lot on the north transept Medina sandstone of the right in the photo. That gable end already has big compressor units in front of it. I didn't know if possibly hiding it on the roof, mounting it on the roof, and carefully bringing a conduit down, along the wall in kind of the corner might be a solution. But I'm curious your thoughts, and to hear what the building committee is thinking too. Eric?
Yeah, that's what we was thinking. We was thinking if when the roof when we do the roof, if it could remain the same place and come down with a, as you said, with a nice channel between the roof to go into that office. Cause there's an office right there for the pastor's office, and during the summertime it's really hot in there. So that's the reason why that unit is there. But we will make the necessary adjustment to make it happen.
So would that go on the new roof?
Be better on the new roof than underneath, because it's going to be loud and everything else. I'd suggest we put it up above, and it's not going to be real visible because it's a tight area. You don't have the ability to really stand back and see it up above. So I would say tuck it as far back as possible would be what I recommend to them.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That was really the only question that I had. Gerald, questions?
None at all. My only question was also about the AC unit, and that's been answered.
Great, thank you. And Karsten Solberg.
I wanted to ask about the wood look metal panel and just your thoughts on why the wood look versus, first of all, I think it's a very smart insertion between the two buildings. I just wanted to ask you what your thoughts were about making it like a dark bronze or something that had less character unto itself and more of a subtle underlay for that canopy.
That's a great thought. Yeah. I'm going to call on our associate designer here. Shane, did you have any thoughts on why we had that precedent image? I know that we were that was included in the packet. I think the warmth of the design. Shane, did you have any other thoughts on that?
I think the reasoning for that was because when I was initially drawing it or thinking about the project, I think I initially wanted it to potentially be real wood, but that doesn't seem as applicable or maybe realistic in this project. So that was more of just me translating the original design, but I think an alternative like that bronze you had mentioned would also be, fine. And
I think it'd be great.
I would generally agree to that.
Yeah, the precedent you showed doesn't bother me when it's a standalone, but here when you have such authentic material, somehow it just stood out to me as being something to consider.
Right, no, it's a good point.
It's a great comment, thank you.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right, then if the board members have no further questions.
So I just wanted to, I don't want to, so we don't leave people in deliberations of the hearing closed. If anyone's inclined to address the compressor issue on the roof, are you all straight on where that would be and understand what Jennifer said, all right? Or do you have any more questions about that before we take public comments, go into deliberations?
I'm personally okay with it. How about the other board members? Are you okay with that?
I don't mean okay with, but that you understand what's presented, or if you have any questions.
That's what I meant by okay with. I did understand it. Did board members have any further explanation?
I'm hearing that it would be as deep far back to the existing building as possible, and it would be nearly invisible because you can't stand back and see this unit, and it would be up high enough that it wouldn't be an issue. So,
And I understand that the conduit would go directly through the roof into the building, so there wouldn't be conduit going on down, that would not be going up and down the side of the stone.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for the extra clarity on that. We appreciate it. Matt, would you, do you have any public testimony?
No, there is no written comment or any oral testimony either.
All right, great. So with that, we will officially close the public portion. And Matt, want to talk about deliberations, please?
Yes, so the case for 309 Jefferson Avenue is now closed. At this time, the board will move into deliberations. During this time, the board will vote and render a decision. There is no participation by applicants or the public.
Thank you very much. Let's start with Isaac Brock.
Wait,
Isaac,
hold on. I'm so sorry. I mistakenly made Ed Kane an attendee. So let's just get Ed back.
Okay. We need Ed.
I'm so sorry.
Don't lose Ed on us, please.
Okay, he's back. Apologies.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry, Ed.
All right. So let's start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, your thoughts on this case, please.
I think this is a wonderful design. I think it's a refreshing product of its own time between the two historic buildings. So I would vote to approve as designed, with the exception of with that having that condenser unit further as far back as we can get it on the roof. In terms of the discussion about the wood ceiling, I kind of had the same reaction that my first reaction was, why not real wood? Because it's also in a covered location, so it's not like it's going to be getting a lot of weather. So I mean, ideally I would like it to see it wood, but I could also, I think the bronze that was suggested would, I would go along that. I'd like to hear what everybody else thinks about those items, but I think it's a great design and I support the project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ed Kane, your thoughts, please.
I support the project. You know, the bronze would be fine, real wood would be fine. You know, I think we should give the church some discretion as to what they want there.
All right. Thanks, Ed. I really like the design the way it is. I think it adds some real interest to that area. I don't think it was an easy solution, but I do like it the way it is. I like a little bit of that. I like that contrast, and I'm also fine with the HVAC unit being placed on the new roof, and the conduit going into the building so that you don't see it from the ground. Gerald?
So I'm also fine with the design as it is. It's a smart design. It's sensitive to the existing structure, but also clearly speaks to the fact that it's 21st century edition. And I just want to thank, I want to thank the church, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, for their care of the building. The building is a beautiful structure. It's a historic structure. It's in very good shape. And the plan that they're bringing forward, along with the representatives from Barrow Architecture, a plan that's very sensitive to the history of the building. In terms of the ceiling, the roof, I'm fine with the design as it is. I'm also fine if there's a majority that wants to require that it be wood or be bronze, but I'm also okay with the proposal as made.
Great. Thanks, Gerald. Kirsten?
I think the design is great. I think that the condenser in the rear is the right location. I personally would like to see it as the dark bronze, especially because it's not that high up. And when you're standing there, you know, without seeing this product, I don't know how good the faux wood is. I just feel like when you have such strong materials on either side of this, to put a faux material in between just doesn't do justice to what's on either side of it. So I personally would like to propose it as the dark bronze. And if it sounded like the architect was on board with it. So those are my thoughts.
Let me just take the temperature of the board regarding that. I would be fine going with that if the motion went that way with the bronze. Gerald, I see you next in the screen.
Yeah,
What are your
I'm fine. I'm fine either way.
Okay. Ed?
I'm fine either way.
Okay, and Isaac?
Yeah, I agree with Kirsten. I definitely think that I'm also all about like honesty of material. So if it's wood, if we want wood, it should be real wood. If it's bronze, I think I'm fine with that. I think just as long as it's not fake wood.
Gotcha. Okay, Kirsten, would you like to give us a motion, please?
Sure. I would like to put forth the motion for case number 3, file A-017-21-22 for 309 Jefferson Avenue to construct a flat roofed canopy covering over the existing accessible entry at the north elevation of the church, which will include the moving of a condenser unit as far back as possible along that flat roof, and to approve the design as described in the application with the exception of the wood look ceiling panel to be a dark bronze or similar.
Second.
A motion has been made by Kirsten Solberg and properly seconded by Isaac Brocker. I will call on each board member for their vote. And I'll start with Isaac. Isaac, do you vote yea or nay for this motion?
Yay.
Isaac Brocker votes yea for the motion. Ed Kane.
Yay.
Ed Kane votes yea for the motion. I'm next. Christopher Coretta. I vote yea for the motion. Gerald Gam.
I vote yay.
Gerald Gam votes yea for the motion. And Kirsten Solberg.
Yay.
Kirsten Solberg votes yea for the motion. Be unanimous, 5 votes yea. Thank you very much for the presentation. And Matthew, whenever you're ready, please call on the 4th case.
Case number 4 is file A-018-2122. It's a certificate of appropriateness located at 6 Madison Street. Property is located in the C2 Community Center District, as well as the Susan B. Anthony Preservation District. The applicant is Miguel Rosario, who is the property owner as well as contractor. The purpose is to remove an existing door on the side, which is also the northern elevation of the 2nd floor, and fill it in with brick to match existing, as well as installing 2 Douglas fir exterior doors, one on the west or front elevation and one on the side or south elevation, and to install 18 double hung aluminum clad wood windows on the west, south, and north elevation. And as I mentioned in the pre-meeting, the application also entails the installation of the glass block windows, which was included in the applicant's information that he submitted. And we have Miguel and Lenny with us, and they're on the same call. Or the
And
same.
I just want to, there's a person in the waiting room who I don't recognize. Omar, do you mind unmuting yourself and letting us know which case you're here for?
Actually, my case just ended. I was with the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Oh, apologies for that.
Yeah, so I'm about to leave. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss. I know we voted, so I was just getting ready to jump off.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Then I can swear the applicants in. We'll start with Lenny Gingello. Lenny, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I think you're on mute, Lenny.
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you. And Miguel Rosario, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Great.
I do.
Thank you very much. And we are ready for your presentation.
Great. I'm going to kick it off with a short introduction of about 1.5 minutes. As mentioned, my name's Lenny Gingello. I'm here with Miguel Rosario, whose company is the owner of the property at 6 Madison Street, which we're discussing tonight. Thanks for the opportunity to share our plan for the restoration of the property, consistent with the character of the historical nature of the neighborhood.
I'm the owner of 2 New York State Subchapter S corporations with 17 years' experience providing residential rental homes in the city of Rochester, Monroe, and Wayne counties. In addition to that, I have 20 years senior business and project management experience with certificates from previous employers at IBM and Mobile Chemical. And in April of this year, I retired from my CE role at a local IT company to now serve as business operations and project manager for Rosario Home Improvements. Rosario Home Improvement is a New York State Subchapter S Corp with 24 years of rehab experience, including doing around 3 to 5 significant residential home rehab projects per year for not-profit and public organizations such as the City of Rochester, Rochester Housing Authority, Ibero, Passstone, etc. Now I'd like to take you through a journey of this project and our high-level rehab plan with Miguel here to answer any detailed questions in regards to the trades. This summer, Rosario Home Improvements participated in a competitive RFP process for the rehab of this property. The plan put forward was for the rehab of the 2-family residential home, consistent with current zoning. We were honored to receive notification of being awarded the project by the City of Rochester in conjunction with Rochester Land Bank on August 3rd, 2021. We eagerly accepted challenge to complete this project, obtain the C of O within the 9-month requirement, timing out on May 3rd, 2022. We are very in tune with the need to follow all building compliance codes and advice and approval from the Preservation Board. To date, we've taken permitted action to do repairs in kind to prevent further damage to the property. For example, we replaced the existing asphalt roof and decking with a new roof of the same materials. Now I'd like to take your attention to the rehab plan in your package with a discussion of the exterior portion. Matt, do you want to forward it to that page? There you go, exterior. Yep. Okay, so obviously, quickly, general cleaning and removal of overgrown vegetation around the building, grade the lawn and seed as necessary. One of the items for repair is the restoration of the front steps. The 3 steps in the front are in quite a bit of disrepair, and those will be replaced. We will install a new solid wood exterior front porch door. Now there's just plexiglass there, you can see in attachments 2A and 2B, and we're going to replace it with a wood door. The side door that would be on the south side of the structure will also have a solid wood door, the same type door as in the front. This entry on the side, the south side, will provide egress to the 2nd floor, unit number 2. So the layout is unit 1 is 1st floor, unit 2 is 2nd floor. On the north side of the structure is a existing 2nd floor exterior door that used to have an exterior stairs going up to it that I believe fell down or the city had removed when it was in disrepair. Our proposal is to remove that door and brick it with original bricks, which we have. They were on site at the location, and remove that door and brick it to be consistent with the exterior of the building. We have removed, as I mentioned earlier, the asphalt roof and decking. We replaced it with lifetime warranty architectural shingles. That work has been completed. I've attached the permit. Can you go up a little higher, please, Matt? A little too early.
Wait, which page are you looking for?
I'm looking for 8, 9, and 10 above.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got you. At the bottom of the page, I see.
Okay. We will be putting in gutters and downspouts, no change in location. We'll be using seamless aluminum gutters. We're going to try black in color to be consistent with the outside exterior color and trim that we're proposing. We are going to repair the existing stone foundation. We will remove stone as necessary to properly re-cement the stones. We'll parge the exterior where it already is parged. Where there is no parging, as I said, we will remove loose cement and re-cement those stones. Also on the south side of the building is a hole in the existing stone basement. We propose that we will set a Bilco access door. In the attachments, we've provided the specs of that. And next page, please, Matt. 11. We wish to install new aluminum-clad wood windows for first and second floors in the home. We will not be changing the amount of windows or the size. They'll be consistent with the existing openings. The existing windows in the attic, which are wood, we were going to repair those. We learned just yesterday from one of our suppliers that an alternative to the aluminum clad is a vinyl clad, which they were Anderson 100 series,
yeah.
Which I believe
54 Madison installed them about a year ago on their historic house.
Which 54 Madison had installed. We'd like the option to choose that. We haven't decided yet, and of course, we'll take your advice. The brick, the exterior brick will be cleaned and repaired as necessary. We will follow safe lead practices. Miguel is a lead abatement certified supervisor. He's done many homes being careful of the lead activities. The exterior, we are proposing that it be prepped and be painted using bare exterior paint. Initial colors were chosen were a blue color with accent color, which is sort of a gray black, and again, lead safe practices to be followed. We did have the house scanned for lead and the exterior. The brick surface, there was minimal lead with the exception of one area on the second floor, but as could be expected, the windows themselves and any remnants of the windows that were there previous did trigger lead. So we will certainly take lead safe practices during the removal and replacement. Not knowing if part of the plan and discussion should be the basement and the interior, I don't know, would you like to go on to the basement maybe? I know there was a question earlier about the glass black windows.
Yes, if you could just kind of give us an overview, that'd be great.
Sure. So in the basement, again, general cleaning, we've done quite a bit of that. In regards to the basement windows, now they're just boarded up with plywood. We want to place glass block windows. We are going to recess them from the exterior, so you won't, it won't be parallel with the exterior, the edge.
They'll
be recessed.
They'll get recessed about 4 to 5 inches towards the inner structure of the basement.
Gotcha.
And we have been successful working with RG&E to get approval that both the electric and gas meters will be installed inside of the basement, consistent with the nature of the other houses in the neighborhood. We twisted a few arms to make that happen, but we recently got confirmation that they are okay with doing that.
Oh, an RG&E whisperer. We might need your help in future things.
Well, actually, as I was telling, I think it was Chris, I leveraged you. I said, boy, I don't know, having those gas meters outside, I don't think the preservation board's gonna like that. So I think we used each other there.
Yes, before Chris left, you guys, he sent me an email kind of explaining to RG that prefer to be in the basement because of the nature of the preservation of the street. And I forwarded to RG and they were okay with it. So,
yeah. So just a quick summary on the interior. Again, it's a two-family rental property. The first floor is the first unit. It's about 800 square feet. The second floor is about 800 square feet. The entrance to the second floor would be from that south exterior door up a flight of stairs to a landing for entry into that unit. The units will have washer dryers in the unit. The other thing that I failed to mention in regards to the second floor exterior door, one of the things that provides us is the current configuration. There's a bathroom there. And in the current configuration, the bathroom shower wall is in front of the window, which just looks terrible. So by blocking in that door, we'll be able to relocate the shower, and that window now will be open and clear from any from tub wall. So it provides us sort of a design of a bathroom that doesn't block the window.
All right, great.
That's the conclusion of our presentation.
All right, that's a great project. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll call on each board member for questions. We'll start with Kirsten. Kirsten, do you have any questions for the applicants?
I think this is very thorough. The only question I had was on site, there was, I believe on the side of the building, there was one door entry that still had a door in it. Did you find that that's salvageable at all for reuse?
no, it's not salvageable, but the door that we're gonna order is similar to the one that's gonna go in the front, and it's gonna keep the same height. It's gonna be 92 inches. We're not gonna reframe that opening. That opening is gonna stay 92 inches like the original door is.
Okay, because the door, I don't know if it is original, but it's a different
Plus-
style than what you're proposing.
Plus the door that's in there is 30 inches. So to get stuff up to the second floor is gonna be a challenge.
Okay. The basement windows as block is gonna likely be an issue with board members. Wondering if you're open to looking at replacing the basement windows in kind with what traditionally was in those openings.
Well, right now, all that's there is plexiglass and plywood.
Okay,
There-
then it would be a wood, in this case, but likely an aluminum clad window in the basement. We typically don't approve block in these locations.
Well, the reason I suggest is glass block windows is a few houses in the streets. It was my fault. I didn't take pictures and press on them. They have glass block windows. I don't know if that approved or not, but they're historic houses. And I mean, our windows it's not gonna be as noticeable as their windows. My window's gonna sit back about 5 inches. I mean, to be able to see the window, you're gonna have to actually bend down and look at it.
Mhm.
Do the ones that you're mentioning, do they have vents in them? Are they to allow ventilation, or the historical ones that you mentioned, Kristen?
The ones that I mentioned?
Yes.
No, I'm just wondering, typically this board doesn't approve glass block on historic homes. So just bringing up.
Kirsten, I think he's asking if what you're describing has the ability to have vents in them. Have you seen ones that you're describing that have the?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah, I mean, I have them in my house.
Yeah.
And speaking of vents, you mentioned washers and dryers. Are you intending to have any vents to the front of the house?
No, not in the front of the house. It's gonna be one in the north corner back of the house because they're gonna go in the bathroom.
Okay.
And one was gonna exhaust, the lower unit was gonna exhaust through one of the windows in the basement. So like that, I don't put through the concrete brick walls.
Okay.
So they're all in the north wall.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think there's a lot here, but I think it's pretty well spelled out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karsten. Gerald, any questions for the applicants, please?
Yes, and I also want to start by thanking you. This is a really exciting project. This is a keystone project in that whole neighborhood, and it was just heartening to see the work that's going into restoring the building and bringing people back into the building. So thank you for doing it. I have three questions.
If I can, I'll just comment. It's been nice. The neighbors have stopped and thanked us for working on the house. It's a great neighborhood.
No, it seems like it's a fantastic neighborhood. So I have three questions. First one, would it be possible, Matt, to pull up an image of the rear of the structure in our staff report? It shows up as attachment 4A. Yeah, that one. So the question I have there.
Let me just rotate it here.
And the question I have is, would it work? I know you were telling us about a shower and it's a bathroom, but I can't visualize what's inside the building. Would it work to convert the door opening into a window? Because as I look at the rear of the structure, I suspect that was originally not a door, that it was originally a window. You can see the big block of stone at the top that parallels the blocks of stone at the tops of the other 5 windows on that face of the building. And my best guess is it was originally a window, and then they enlarged the window and turned it into a door. So my first question, would it still work with the interior plan to restore that as a window rather than to brick it in?
I'm just going to the floor plan.
Yeah, I think it would be a challenge with the bathtub and the shower wall.
This is the area we're talking about here. Just as
yeah.
So if that were a window.
Is that where we ended up in the latest design? Because we've been, no, it's changed. Yeah, it's a little bit, the design has changed a little bit to try to get maximum room. So, obviously we're trying to lay this out.
Right, so I guess my question
would be a challenge.
That was my question. Would it be feasible to restore it as a window? It sounds like you're saying probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, I did just want to put on the record that I suspect it was originally a window, because we were referring to it as a door, and I suspect there was originally a window there. If it were feasible to work around it and have it as a window again, that would be great, but I understand that might not work. Second question.
We can take a second look at that, Gerald, but I think probably not.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Second question, like Kirsten, I have a question about the 2 doors, and I actually have a photograph of the old door that still is on the building. Would it be okay for me to share my screen and show the door?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to share a photo. Continue. Okay, so there it is. So this is, and I assume, yeah, you can all see this. So this is a very old door that we're all willing to stipulate is a very old door. Whether or not it's original, we don't know, on the side of the structure. And what I notice about the door is that it has a very traditional design. It has the 2 small panels at the bottom. It has the horizontal panel above. And then it's harder to tell what the upper portion of the door is, but I suspect it was all glass, and that there was glass at eye level. And having glass at eye level and having a substantial portion of the door be glass is consistent with the door on a historic house. I'm going to stop sharing, and Matt, can you share the photos of the proposed doors? So my concern with the proposed doors, so there's one of them, is that it looks to be just a flat piece of wood without the panels that we would expect to see on a traditional door. So a traditional door would have panels, some vertical panels, horizontal panels. This appears to be more of a flat piece of wood, and the windows are crammed at the top of the door rather than coming down halfway down the door. So my question is, would you consider two new doors, Douglas fir doors, that much more resemble the historic door that's on the house, that have a panel design and have windows that fill the first half of the door.
Would the board allow the cavity, the opening to be changed? Because the challenge in looking for doors is the height of 96 inches.
So I'm not the board, I'm just me, and I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. No.
You're telling me that you would have no objection to using a door modeled on the existing door, but you're alerting us the fact that it might not be possible to get a door tall enough for the space, so you might have to put a piece of wood or something under the.
Yes, we might have to frame it down. I mean, we could look and find something with almost a 6-panel with glass on it, like you're speculating. But unless you have any suggestions where I could go look.
Yeah, I think our options are greater if the space wasn't as tall.
Yeah, so my preference, and I apologize for our dogs. Quiet. My preference is just mine. I'm just right now asking questions. Later on, we'll get to deliberate. My question would be to do everything possible to have two doors that look like historic doors on the house. Ideally, to see if you can find ones that are tall enough, but if you couldn't, to change the framings that we could use more historic doors. But that's a statement. I mean, that's something.
Okay, thanks.
Discussed. And then my last question goes to what Kirsten pointed out, which is, except in mid-20th century structures, our guidelines are pretty clear that we cannot approve glass block and basement windows. So I think, and this again will be a discussion, for the board, I think what we might find ourselves recommending are casement windows that you could open to get fresh air, but you might also, would you need, when you asked about venting, you just asking, can they be open for air? Or are you also asking, can you put vents out there for a dryer or something?
No, I was just asking for venting. We had anticipated going through the glass black window for the vents.
We use one of the old windows to vent for the furnace because we didn't want to ruin the structure of the foundation, because we put high efficiency furnace in. And so we went through one of the windows with anticipation of hopefully you guys approve us for glass block windows. Usually when the glass block guy that builds my windows, what he does is he builds the window and incorporates the vents of the furnaces through the window.
Right. So how many items will need venting? Is it just the furnace, or is it the furnace and dryers?
The furnace and one dryer.
Okay. Okay. So
And
that would be
1, 2. I think there's 3 windows in the basement. 2 on the north side and 1 on the south side, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so that's just going to be helpful for us as we discuss the basement windows when we get to the deliberation portion. Anyways, thank you both very much.
Sure.
Okay, thanks, Gerald. I'm next. Just to clarify the venting again, you said the furnace and the dryer, and can they both go through one window if we were to say one window could be glass block?
No, by code, you can't.
No? Okay.
They have to be.
They have to be a distance apart.
I think it's 3 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no other questions. Great project, beautiful house.
We think so too.
And Ed Kane, any questions for the applicants?
I certainly want to applaud you for taking on this project. My only question, as has been mentioned, are the glass block windows, which we normally don't approve. I'm sure there's houses in the neighborhood that have the glass block where they just put them in without going to the preservation board, where they were put in pre-preservation board. Or would it be possible to just put casement windows, and maybe security bars in the basement?
That's a possibility. Or, I mean, I frame it nice enough where I could paint them in the same colors out the structure of the house.
Concerned about the security.
I'm just concerned about the security. That's it. I know you suggest putting bars in the outside, but.
Well, not the outside. You would have them inside the windows.
You have to
That's
drill
what
the stone
Yeah, we could look into that.
for a grid.
That was my only question.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Now we'll go over to Matt for any public comments or testimony.
Chris, I think I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Isaac. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
Please,
fine.
Isaac.
I had just two questions. One was already touched on already. Well, since Gerald brought this up about the door, I was thinking the same thing too. I think the style of the door is too craftsman. I think that would be appropriate on a craftsman bungalow, but not on this type of house. And I actually drew a picture, and I'll pull this up to the camera and tell me if you can see this, or I need to pull it back. But I was thinking, like, can you see this image, applicant?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, a 2-panel door.
Basically, it's a four
panel door, yes.
And then the top, I mean, this is very similar to what's on the existing house. It just doesn't have that
Yes.
horizontal, but I think this would be something that's readily available, and it's more appropriate with the style of the house. The top 2 panels could be vision glass. And I think you should be able to find that in an 8-foot size, which is what you had mentioned would be the problematic dimension. So I think something like that's a pretty standard door with raised panels at the bottom and the glass at the top. So I would, that would be my recommendation. And then my second question is the gutter style. What style of gutters are you proposing for the project?
When I first inquired the house, they told me I could match what's existing. It was the white aluminum, 5K inch, 5-inch gutters, modern gutters. And they told me I could keep that same style because it was already existing on the house.
Okay, and that was from the purchase agreement with the city when you?
Chris Snyder.
Chris Snyder told me.
Okay. I was going to say half round gutters, but I think those always look, especially on a house this old.
Well, that's why we want to go black. It won't black gutters, black down. It won't stand out as much as the white.
Yeah. Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
And the door, if you don't mind me answering you, the south side 8-foot door. My concern is, I don't mind having glass on half of it or below half. Whoever moves in there sees that the glass is going to reach where the doorknob is and says, well, somebody could break that glass and break into my property. The style of the door you're talking about is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. The glass. It's in the back of the house.
I guess my other suggestion would be it could be a 4-panel door like what I just shown, but then you could just do solid panels for the top 2. So basically you have just 4 solid raised panels.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, and I can put a peephole through so they can look outside.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Isaac, and I apologize for skipping over you. Now I'll take it to Matt. And Matt, any public comments or testimony for us?
No oral testimony, just one written comment that came in after the staff report from Dawn Noto, president of the Susan B. Anthony Neighborhood Association. She writes, "Dear Preservation Board members, we are pleased to see this property, the last city-owned property in our neighborhood, receiving complete rehabilitation. The property owner has reached out to us and our neighbors who have also rehabilitated vacant homes since taking on this project. The application to the Preservation Board for this home to infill a second floor existing door on the north side of home, install wooden doors, and to install new aluminum wood-clad windows demonstrates the applicant's understanding of rehabilitation in a preservation district. We are pleased that this vacant property will soon become another beacon of preservation in our historic district. We offer our full support for this application to move forward with approvals. Thank you." And again, that comes from Dawn Noto, the president of the Susan B. Anthony Neighborhood Association.
Dawn is actually here, so.
Yeah, Dawn, do you want to provide, she had emailed me and said she was on here for the, to be part of the applicant presentation for the next case. Dawn, but if you wanted to provide any additional oral testimony for this case, you're welcome to do so.
I think I just need to swear her in. I'm sorry, Dawn, your last name again?
I don't know if she's going to, I just want to check. She may not want to. Did you want to provide anything orally or?
No, just to congratulate them on the work they're doing, but.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your support.
Okay, and applicants, you do have the right to rebut, answer, say anything. If you feel as if you already have, that's fine too. You just have the right to do it.
We're good.
We made all our comments. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Then I guess we'll officially close the public portion of this part of the case. And Matt, talk about the deliberations, please.
Yes, so the case for 6 Madison Street is closed. We will move into the deliberations. Board members will deliberate and render a decision. There's no participation by applicants or the public at this time.
Thank you. We'll start with Kirsten Solberg. Kirsten, your thoughts on this case?
Overall, I think everything makes a lot of sense and it's what we would approve. I think we've touched on a lot of it. I'd like to see aluminum clad windows over vinyl clad. I agree with the door, and I didn't say anything originally because I was thinking about the security issue. But that said, if they can get a 4 or 5 panel, as we've discussed, I'm fine supporting that. I wouldn't feel right supporting the glass block, just given, in all fairness, of any other property that has come through this board. I would support a casement window or a fixed window that has the appropriate bars or vent kits that they need. Other than that, I would approve the rest of the project.
Great. Thanks, Kirsten. Gerald, your thoughts, please.
So my thoughts are very similar to Kirsten. This is a terrific project. This is a very exciting project for the city and for the Susan B. Anthony neighborhood. And a project that's clearly very sensitive to the history of the structure and to the district. Kirsten, I have a question for you about the basement windows. My vision is that they would be casement windows, like traditional basement windows.
Mm-hmm.
How do they do venting?
There's different ways. I mean, if you can even Google it quickly, there's usually a solid panel that's input to a portion of the window and the vent goes right into it.
Okay, so basically they would take the opening and maybe 3/4 of it would be the casement window and then the remaining quarter would be wood with venting.
Right. Okay. I mean, you can walk around, it's done everywhere.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. I just wanted to clarify that. So I agree with Kirsten. I would support the proposal with 2 modifications. One, that the basement windows be casement windows with provision made for venting and the possibility of bars. And 2, that the 2 doors follow the style that Isaac was laying out earlier with either 4 or 5 panels. And Isaac, if I was hearing you correctly, you were suggesting it could even be solid wood.
Yeah, for the upper panels, if the glazing for the top 2 panels is going to present a security issue, I think we could find if those are just raised panels like the bottom 2.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Having the tiny little lights at the top seemed funny, but solid wood would seem appropriate. Only other thought I have is I agree with Kirsten. I prefer aluminum clad to vinyl clad, but I think our guidelines do allow us to do vinyl clad, so I would be okay signing off on that.
Okay.
They don't allow vinyl windows, but they do allow wood windows that are clad. Right. I believe, but I prefer aluminum.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm next. I would completely agree with both Kirsten and Gerald. I do like the door idea that Isaac came up with. I would have to agree with them wholeheartedly on the basement glass block. I would rather see casement. And I would also agree that I would rather see aluminum clad windows as opposed to vinyl clad windows. Great project. I applaud you for it and thank you for doing it. And thanks for working with us closely on it. We appreciate it.
Chris, you're cutting out a little bit for me. I don't know if he's doing it for you too.
Okay. If you need me to repeat anything, just yell. But Ed, what are your thoughts on this, please?
My thoughts are pretty much in line with yours, Chris.
All right. And Isaac, I won't forget you this time. Your thoughts, please.
Okay, yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think it's a great project and I fully support it based on the comments that I've heard so far.
All right. Great. Thank you. Karsten, would you like to give me a motion, please?
Yeah, I was trying to read our guidelines quickly about vinyl clad.
What? Take some time.
Does anybody remember? It seems, it sounds like generally aluminum is preferred over vinyl, but it's not, you know, that X'd out. So I'll put forth in our motion that we prefer the aluminum, but we'll let the owner do what they want to do, maybe based on whatever. So I'll put forth a motion for case number 4 for file number A-018-21-22 for 6 Madison Street for, can I say, for the design as proposed in the application, because there's a lot here. With the exception of using casement windows in the basement, allowing for vents and bars as needed, that we change the door design from what's in the application to a 4 or 5 paneled door as discussed, with or without lights based on what we can find, what the owner can find on the market. And the approval of a vinyl clad window in lieu of the aluminum clad window, although noting that the board prefers the aluminum clad option.
Second.
As part of that motion, could you say what material the casement windows be made out of?
The same as the replacement to the rest of the house. If it's vinyl clad, same in the basement. If it's aluminum clad, same in the basement, just consistent.
Great. And Gerald, you second that? Okay. Motion has been made by Karsten Solberg and properly seconded by Gerald Gamm. I will call on each member for their vote. Start with Karsten. Do you vote yay or nay for the motion, Karsten?
Yay.
Karsten Solberg votes yay. Gerald Gamm?
Yay.
Gerald Gamm votes yay for the motion. Next would be me, Christopher Coretta. I vote yay for the motion. Ed Kane?
Yay.
Ed Kane votes yay for the motion. And Isaac Brocker?
Yay.
Isaac Brocker votes yay for the motion. That would be unanimous 5 votes. Thank you very much for your work and the application. We appreciate it. Matthew, whenever you're ready, would you please call case 5?
There we go. Case 5 is a certificate of appropriateness at 47 Madison Street. The file number is A-019-2122. The property is located in the R2 medium density residential district, as well as the Susan B. Anthony Preservation District. The applicants tonight are Maria Manley, who is the property owner, as well as Ryan Jarls of the Landmark Society, who is the project consultant. And the purpose is to remove an existing Norway maple tree on the south side of a single family home. And
Do we have both Maria and Ryan online with us?
Maria is with Dawn Noto. We're sharing our
Oh.
Zoom.
Oh, perfect.
Great.
And has
Hi there,
everyone visited the site? We confirm for the record that.
Yes, all the board members present have visited the site. Hi, Maria. Just a quick question. Do you know if Ryan is coming in tonight, who submitted?
Yes.
We
I
thought
thought he was there. He said he was coming.
Well, we can let you get started and then we'll let you know if he pops in here.
Okay. And Maria, if I could just swear you in, please. Maria Manley, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you did you want to, Maria, did you want to give your presentation now? Do you want us to try to find
Yes.
Ryan?
No, well, I don't know. What do you think? I should give a presentation or try to
Wait,
find-
and he might show
We,
up.
we can wait and see if Ryan shows up.
Give me like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can just go. Is that okay if I could just go? Just tell you?
Yeah, you can go ahead and get started. Absolutely.
Okay, all right then. Like you say, okay, my name is Maria Manley. I live at 47 Madison Street. My daughter's there. And there's a tree on the south side of the house that I think is some kind of maple, whatever, that's need to be removed because it has disrupted the walkway. Was flat, now it's pushing up. And then someone had mentioned to me that this is messing up your foundation of your house, blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. I never thought about it. So I went downstairs to see, and there are roots growing in the basement. So I would like to have that tree removed.
Okay.
And Ryan submitted all.
We're just going to wait a couple of minutes then to hear from Matthew to see if he was able to contact Ryan.
No, I was unsuccessful. He did not answer.
Okay. Maria, are you okay with us going ahead with this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the presentation. I'll call on each member if they have any questions for you. We'll start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, do you have any questions for Maria?
One question about, so I noticed that there's no plan to replant any trees in this location. Are you open to planting a tree, I think further, like closer to the street, so it may be a little bit further away from your house and the foundation? Because it is a large tree.
Yes.
And it does provide canopy.
Yes, I already told them that, that, because I like the tree because of, like the canopy and stuff, but it just got to be too much. And I said, if they want me to put another tree, I can, because I got about 10 or 12 trees lining the house anyway, so that's no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Isaac. Ed Kane, any questions?
Nope, Isaac asked my only question.
Okay, great. I'm next. I have no questions. I love that house though. It's such a sweet house. Gerald, any questions?
I have no question either. This was a really straightforward proposal. So thank you for putting it together.
And thank you, Gerald. And Karsten Solberg, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. No questions. We're done with that. And Matt, any public comments?
Yes, one written comment that does come from Dawn Noto, the president of the Susan B. Anthony neighborhood, on behalf of the Susan B. Anthony neighborhood. So I want to read this into the record. Dear Preservation Board members, we are pleased to see this property owner applying to remove an existing Norway maple tree on the south side of her home. The tree roots are growing through her foundation and into her home through the basement floor. The roots have also damaged her walkway on the side of the home. The walkway has been elevated by the roots and is a hazard. This tree needs to be removed before more damage is done to her home. There are other trees on the property that are not a hazard. We feel it is up to the property owner whether she chooses a tree replacement or not. We offer our full support for this application to move forward with approvals. And that is all of the feedback.
Great, thank you. Maria, if you'd like to answer any of that, rebut any of that, you certainly have the right to if you'd like. You don't have to, but certainly have the right to.
No.
All right. Very good. Then with that, we will close the public portion. And Matt will talk about our deliberation.
Yes, so that closes the public hearing portion for 47 Madison Street. Now the board members will move into deliberations, and there is no participation by applicants or the public during this time.
Thanks, Matt. We'll start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty straightforward case. My only suggestion would be to have a tree of a similar stature that would achieve a mature, similar stature to what that existing Norway maple is, placed on that side of the house, further away from the house and the foundation.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. Ed Kane, what do you think?
I think, again, it's pretty straightforward, and I think that it should be up to the homeowner if she wants to put in a replacement tree.
All right, thank you. I'm next. I'm okay with taking that tree out, but I would like to see it replaced with something myself. Gerald?
I agree. This application makes a very convincing case for removing the existing tree. I support that. I agree with Ed. I would leave it up to the homeowner whether or not to replace the tree. And if the tree is to be replaced, leave it up to her how large a tree it is. Isaac actually mentioned a replacement tree that had the same canopy and it was the same size. And I would worry about the possibility that a comparably sized tree, even a few feet away from the house, might still develop a root system that could compromise the integrity of the foundation. So I would leave it up to the homeowner whether or not the tree is replaced and also what sort of tree to replace it with.
Okay, thank you, Gerald. And Kirsten Solberg, what are your thoughts, please?
I'm fine removing the tree and would leave it up to the discretion of the homeowner
All right,
whether to replace.
okay, very good. Ed, would you like to give me a motion on this?
Sure. Case A-019-2122, 47 Madison Street, to remove an existing Norway maple tree on the south side of a single-family home and leave it to the homeowner's discretion if a replacement tree is to be planted.
Aye.
Second.
Or second.
All right, so Ed Kane made the motion. It was properly seconded, we'll say, by Kirsten Solberg. I will call on each board member for their vote. We'll start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, do you vote yea or nay for that motion?
Nay.
Nay?
Nay.
Okay. Isaac votes nay. Next would be Ed Kane.
Yay.
Ed Kane votes yay for that motion. Next would be me. I will vote yay for this motion. Gerald Gam.
I vote yay.
Gerald Gam votes yay. And Kirsten Solberg.
Yay.
Kirsten Solberg votes yay. That would be 4 votes for yay, which are needed to have it pass. So the motion passes. Thank you very much for the application. Matthew, whenever you're ready, please call case number 6.
Okay, case number 6 is file A-020-2122. This is a certificate of appropriateness at 232 Mill Street, located in the CCDR Center City Riverfront District, as well as the High Falls Preservation District. The applicant is Jeffrey Google of the City of Rochester Water Bureau, and the purpose is to replace an existing interior generator with an exterior diesel generator within an enclosed storage area on the west side of the site. And here tonight is Michael Herschelman from the City of Rochester Water Bureau.
Michael, there you are. Michael Herschelman, I need to swear you in. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. We're ready for your presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having us. And I will be making the presentation on behalf of the Water Bureau. So I'm going to start with this brief history of the Holly Fire Service System for the City of Rochester. So for those who are unaware, we have 2 services, or 2 systems, I should say, for the City of Rochester. 1, we have our domestic water service, and 2, we have our Holly High Pressure Fire Service that serves the Central City District or the downtown area. The pump station is located in the High Falls District. The system is actually called the Holly system after Birdsall Holly, who was born in Auburn and actually died in Lockport, but he's from our area. He rose to fame because he had invented the first steam fire pump system to provide high pressure for water, for high pressure water system for firefighting. He started this after the Great Chicago Fire in 1871, early 1870s. So the City of Rochester, after seeing this, along with a bunch of other cities in the 1870s decided that we need a high pressure water system for fighting fires in the downtown area. So our system was actually put in place in about the mid to late 1870s and actually predates our domestic or our potable drinking water system. So the original pump station was on Brown's Race. That is now a museum, if you will, although it hasn't been open in quite some time. But that existed for about 100 years, and that pulled water directly out of the Genesee River and provided about 110 to 120 psi firefighting water to all of our buildings downtown. And in the 1970s, it was replaced with the current pump station, which is on Mill Street. The system itself provides, as I mentioned, about 112 psi. And in retrospect, our domestic system is about on average between 55 and 60 psi, a little higher if you're in Charlotte, a little lower if you're in the 19th ward, but on average about 55. So this provides about double the pressure. The firefighters love it. The buildings downtown love it. It keeps their insurance rates low. We are actually one of the very few remaining cities that have a separate water system like this. The reason we keep this going is because the insurance rates are for our downtown buildings are much more attractive, and they really, the building owners love it. We do feasibility studies about every 5 to 10 years, and every year every time we do this, the resounding yes, we want to keep this system going. So as part of that, we need to do maintenance and upgrades to this system. Another little tidbit, I'll just jump in here. If you're ever driving downtown and you see two fire hydrants right next to each other, you'll see one that's all yellow, and you'll see one that's yellow with a white top. The one that has a white top is our high pressure fire service, and that's locked. So the firefighters can actually come up, hook directly up to that, and that provides them with the greater pressure for the pumps on their trucks and the pumps in the buildings, sprinkler systems, that sort of thing. So the system as a whole, it operates on a system of pumps. There's three electric pumps in the station and 3 diesel pumps. The electric pumps maintain the constant pressure. When we have a break or a fire, an emergency, our 3rd electric pump will kick on. If that doesn't handle it, then our 3 diesel pumps will kick on in series to maintain the pressure to the system. Due to fire demand and fire code, per New York State and the city of Rochester, we have to be basically completely independent or capable of operating in the event of a real catastrophic emergency. So we have our 3 diesel pumps. We have our own diesel tank, which we came before you guys last year and were approved to put our new above ground diesel tank in the back of the building, which the other one was over 30 years old. Regulations changed. Fire marshal and city DEQ didn't approve of it anymore. So we had to take it out, put a new one in. So if we have a power outage, our diesel pumps kick on. Part of that is we need a backup generator to maintain the controls for that. So if we ever lose electricity, the backup generator would run, which is what we're replacing here. And that would kick on and be able to run the lights and the control systems for our fire pumps as well. So the only time that the existing generator runs is during a power outage. And it runs about 20 minutes once a month just to do a quick startup and then, a cycle just to make sure everything's running well. So the existing building, while we're getting to this, the existing building is over 40 years old. It's built in about 1878, I believe. 1877 it was constructed, and I think it was put in operation in 1878. A lot of the stuff in the building.
Michael, do you mean 1977?
I'm sorry, 1978. Sorry. The original pump station was built in the 1870s, and that's what I got confused on. So this pump station was built in 1978. Thank you, Tom. So over the years, we've replaced the diesel engines on our 3 diesel pumps in there. You heard me talk about the fuel tank in the back. Now we're getting into the electrical system because they're aging out. They're failing. We can't get parts for them. So the first part of this is our generator, which is what we're here to talk about today, or what I'm here to talk about today. The generator sits in the building, and on the screen, you can kind of see it's on this side of on Mill Street here towards the north area in the corner. Well, The great thing is it's a Ford diesel engine that runs. It's over 40 years old. They don't make parts for it anymore. So we have been band-aiding this thing for the last couple of years. So we need to replace it. We are getting to the point where we can't even order parts anymore for it. They stopped making them. It's leaking like a sieve. It's working, but the longer this goes on, the higher the risk of us being without backup power is getting greater and greater. So we're trying to do the best that we can to maintain this system and to keep the firefighting system going for the city of Rochester. When they built this building, they put the generator in first and then built the building around it. So the generator sits in a small room, no bigger than about 8 by 8. And the only access to this room is a regular man door that's about 30 inches wide. Well, the generator is much bigger than that. So we can chop this thing up and get it out. But the new one comes in a complete enclosure, a whole piece of equipment. We can't get it in the existing room without doing structural modifications, cutting a hole in the wall or maybe the roof to get some type of access into this room. There's no exterior access for it. The door is on the inside of the building. So it would require a lot of structural changes to the building just in order for us to get a new generator inside the building. The other issue too is down the line, we have to replace our MCC, our motor control center. That is our big electrical think tank, if you will, for the station itself. So, our proposal is to basically take the old generator, get rid of it, put a new generator on the inside or on the outside, I'm sorry. This then allows us to free up that room to put the new MCC in. And while we're putting the new one in, we can then slowly make the transfers over because this pump station has to stay in service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We can't go without a minute of it being shut down. There's no backup to the station. The station's gone. The fire system down in the city is gone. So we do everything in redundancy. So we want to make sure that we're planning ahead to make sure that we can keep the system operational. So our proposal today is to replace it with an exterior generator. It would go on the north side of the building, typically just on the opposite side of the wall of where the existing generator is. That keeps us in the same footprint. If you put a generator in, you have to stay within a certain number of feet of your electrical supply. So that allows us to stay within that footage that's required. The existing fence, we had some discussion with the neighbors next door prior to this meeting. Originally, we didn't have any intention on replacing the existing fence, but we can get to that in the open comment period. But the generator is fully enclosed. It would be soundproofed to the best extent possible. You're still going to hear it kick on. It'd be like a Generac, kind of for like your home or something like that. So you're going to hear a hum. You're going to hear a kick on. It's also going to be weather tight, and that's pretty much my entire presentation. Sorry, I went through it kind of quickly. I know it's getting late, so but I do appreciate everyone's time, and I would love to answer any questions or provide any further information that anybody has.
All right, Michael, thank you for the thorough presentation. It was good to hear some of that stuff. We will open it up to questions to each board member. Let's start with Karsten. Karsten, do you have any questions for Michael?
You touched on the sound, and given that it starts up once a month, I think I understand that. The dimensions I found at the very end of the submission, looks like it's about a 4-foot tall unit. So my understanding is that it would be completely unseen from the wood fence. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. The existing fence is over 6 feet tall. When I stand next to the fence, when I put the sign up there, I couldn't see over the fence, and I'm about 6 feet. So it would be completely enclosed with the current fencing. Yes.
I'd like to talk about the fence, but I feel like it's outside of this application to go there at this time. So my questions, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Kristen. Gerald, questions?
So I'll
for
be
Michael?
bold. I was going to ask about the fence, in part because the fence has a kind of haphazard quality to it, and in part because a neighbor actually submitted a letter to the Preservation Board raising concerns about the quality of the fence. So my question is, have you given any thought to replacing the fence with one that's aesthetically more attractive?
To be quite honest, Gerald, during this project, no, we didn't. To be honest with you, we hate the fence. It's ugly. It doesn't fit the area. We have talked to the neighbor and we completely agree with, what she has to say. We don't disagree with putting a new fence in. We would be at the board's recommendation if that would be the way to go. The only caveat that us, the Water Bureau, and the neighbor were running into when we talked with Chris Snyder last year when we were going for the tank project, we were envisioning putting up more of a screening enclosure around the tank. However, we come to find out that the zoning code for the High Falls district doesn't allow a closed slat fence like that. It has to be like 8 inches on center. So if you go to the back of the building, and Matt, I don't know if you can bring that up. I didn't provide pictures, obviously, but I don't know if you can provide go to like Google or something. But the fencing in the back was, per my conversation with Chris, was that would be what is appropriate for this district. This fencing, it's ugly. Like I said, we have no problem replacing it. The double gate on the north side of the building on the picture that we're just looking at here is where the generator would go. The middle gate in the center, no, of course, yeah. Yeah, so this fencing in
Sorry,
the back,
I can jump back to the other one.
Oh, no, that's okay. So all I wanted to state was, so the city leases those areas, those storage areas, to the Button Factory, John August, on the opposite side of the road. The spot we're proposing to put the generator in is actually his storage unit, but he doesn't use anymore, so we're going to take that back. The middle section of that fencing on the other side is just our access to our man door in the front. And then the south side of that is where he puts his 2 trash receptacles. He puts his dumpsters, his roll-off containers there for trash, because there's no room for his building across the street. And I worked at the Button Factory from about 2003 to 2015 before I came to the city. And that fence has been there since at least I worked there in the early 2000s. So I know it's old. So I guess my question to the board would be, if we were to replace the fence, are we stuck with, I guess, what's the lesser of 2 evils? Can we put something like this back up that's maybe a little bit nicer, or we don't know what to do. We're water people, and I mean, no offense, we're not architects. We just make sure the water goes somewhere. We need your help, or we need somebody's help to guide us into, what would be adequate.
And Michael, what I hear you pointing out is that you have what appears to be a beautiful wrought iron fence on the other side. I notice like little circles at the top.
Yep.
And so the virtue to using that fence on the Mill Street side would be that it would be a beautiful fence. The downside is, of course, we can all see the generator.
Yeah. And so that was the
stockade fence, even a better quality stockade fence would conceal the generator, but would still not be the most beautiful fence for the neighborhood, but it would conceal the generator.
Yeah.
I guess for me, all I had to do was ask you the question, would you be willing to replace the fence? And it sounds like your answer is yes, and you'd be happy to hear from us about what we'd recommend for a replacement. And that's what I needed to find out. Are you open to replacing the fence?
Absolutely, Gerald. I hope I explained it enough, but yes,
you did, and thank you.
Yeah, and just so the compromise on the back was because the code didn't allow us to change to that stockade fence, was to put up plantings. So we got not arborvitaes or junipers, but basically they're fast growth, 12 to 16 foot trees eventually in the back to kind of shield the fuel tank in the back, with leaving the fence as is. Just as a FYI. So,
all right, thank you. I would be next. I want to just go back to the sound of the generator. Yep. Can you tell me a little bit more? I mean, how loud will it be? How disruptive will it be?
So actually, Matt, if you scroll down to the last page, I think it has the exact decibels on it. Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, right there. So, fine. Sorry, I fortunately was working from home today, and I don't have the. So the max decibels is going to be, it's under what your normal, oh, where is it? I don't want to speak out of turn. Sorry, Matt, if you just scroll down just a little bit more, maybe go to the next page. I thought it had on there. Nope, that's just the pressure. No, maybe the one, I thought it didn't have it on. I thought I had it on there. I apologize. Okay, so if you're standing right next to it, so obviously the farther away you get from it, the less the decibels are it's gonna be. So it's about 60 decibels when you're standing within 5 feet. When you go within 10 feet, it goes down to about 50 decibels, I believe. So you will hear it. It's not quiet. The issue is that because of the fire regulations, we have to have a diesel generator, so they're going to be louder than a gasoline or a natural gas generator. We don't have natural gas actually going to the pump station. So we are on diesel itself. So the diesel does actually make the generator a little bit louder.
So what do 50 or 60 decibels sound like? What would you compare that to?
That's a good question.
I guess I could Google it.
I'm not actually sure. That's actually what I'm doing right now.
My research tells me it's the equivalent of a normal conversation between two people sitting at a distance of about 1 meter or 3¼ foot. It's not too loud.
Or a quiet refrigerator.
Yeah. So with the enclosure, that's what you're going to hear. You're going to get about 60 decibels, max 50 decibels at the low end. So I would stay around the 60 decibels. If we didn't have the enclosure, it operates in, and I think I misspoke. I'm sorry. Without the enclosure, it operates more at about 80 decibels, but with the enclosure, it brings it down to about 60 decibels.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We've talked to the neighbors, and this thing automatically kicks on, but we can set the schedule for that, so we can run it whenever is best for the community, not 3 o'clock in the morning when people are trying to sleep.
Gotcha. All right. That was the only question I had, Michael. Thank you. Ed Kane, any questions?
Well, I have a question probably for Tom Worth. There's been a lot of talk about this fence. Can we cover that in this application, or does that need a separate application?
I think you could cover it in this application. There's nothing legally preventing you from doing so, but as a practical matter, you have to give instructions clear enough to satisfy Matt that he could write up a decision that
I would
is
rather
definite
see
enough.
a proposal come in front of us. I just think
Yeah,
there's too many moving parts.
Yeah.
Can we ask to have a proposal come to us within a certain period of time?
Yeah, you could make that a condition.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, so, I think the proposal is pretty straightforward, and, the fence issue is my only issue.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Isaac, any questions?
No, all of my questions have been answered. Thank you.
All right, great. Then we'll go back to Matt for any public comments or testimony.
Yeah, there is one written statement, and there's also an individual signed up to speak. I'm not sure if she's on the call, but I'll take a look in just a second. We'll do the written first. The written feedback comes from Catherine Amanda at 234 Mill Street. It says, to the Preservation Board, the Holly Pump Station at 232 Mill Street has always been a good neighbor and pleasant to communicate with. We understand it has a critical mission, and we respect that. Our mixed-use building located at 234 Mill Street is both commercial and residential. It is immediately adjacent to the Holly Pump Station at 232 Mill Street. Our concerns are as follows. Sound. We are in a large part of a year-round owner-occupied residence. Our expectation is that the generator to be relocated to the exterior of the building will be enclosed in a soundproofing enclosure. Number 2, appearance. The High Falls area, Rochester's only bid, which we were active members of, has been continually improving its appearance and walkability over recent years to a vibrant live-work neighborhood. There is an historic walking tour that many visitors enjoy, and Rock the Riverway project will further attract visitors and enhance the area. Number 3, the enclosure / fence. The existing enclosure referred to in the application is actually a wooden fence in front of the Holly Station facility at 232 Mill Street that was erected many years ago. At that time, it was described as a temporary fence to address a trash disposal need for the building across the street. If it is to become permanent, it should strictly comply with all preservation rules and regulations. Number 4, condition of existing fence. The existing fence is currently in disrepair and should be replaced. It is not secure and people toss garbage over it, which is not only unsightly, but also an attraction to stray animals and rats. And number 5, as part of the project, the fencing should be replaced with more historically appropriate iron fencing, and it should be designed and constructed such that the mechanical item will not be visible. There are already new exterior mechanicals on the other side of the property on the Browns Race side, right next to the entrance to our residence, and we feel that better screening should be in front of both sides of the facility to help improve and preserve the attractive historical atmosphere of this charming neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration. And again, this comes from Kathy and John Amanda, and they are at 234 Mill Street. And Anna, do we have public comment?
We have someone who I don't recognize. Pat, will you unmute yourself and let us know which case you're here for? Pat, there should be an option to unmute yourself. You have a person.
At the lower left corner of your screen, there'll be a microphone. They'll say mute if you.
It looks like he's here for a different case. So the person who signed up here to speak tonight is not present.
Okay. Okay. So the person that had requested it was the same writer of the letter. But they're not here. So that concludes all of the public input.
And that we will officially close the, oh no, sorry, actually, Michael, if you wanted to rebut anything that was said.
No, everything looks good. I guess my only, I guess guidance we would like is, I guess what style of fence? we'll put up whatever we deem appropriate. I guess the issue is per the zoning code for that district. You know, we need, I think it's 8 inches, and don't quote me on the length, but it's an open style fence. So it wouldn't be, I guess for number 5, you know, they're looking for something that would screen it, but I don't know if we could do that per the code. So I guess we're looking for some clarification on that, or how would we move forward with that?
Michael, let me ask you a question real quick. Let me, sorry to cut you off, Chris. I just want to get some clarity around something before we go to deliberations, depending on what happens with the application. Michael, what is the, because of the essential need for the application that you're presenting, is there a time frame associated with the replacement that is dependent on other moving parts? And what I'm thinking is, if there's some sort of a hold to get better fencing or something like that, I don't want it to coincide with an issue that there's a time frame with contracts that this needs to be.
That's a good question. I don't think so. I know there's a delay on getting parts. I'm sorry, the generator right now, everything is backed up. I mean, you know, we would like, I mean, our plan is to start this like in the spring. But if we hold out a couple of months or something like that, I don't believe it's the end of the world. I don't mean to say not literally, you know, but I think we'd be okay with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, great. Like
yeah, I guess I guess that'd be my only question, is if we can get some guidance on the style of fencing with the code, trying to, you know, check all the boxes and meet everybody's expectations. We'll provide what's needed. We just want to make sure we're doing everything appropriately.
Yeah, so that's good. So I'm going to defer back to the board on this. I can speak about the code, but I don't need to do that here. I'd be more interested in general direction and feedback. If the board is inclined to say, we'd like some improvements or a new fence, what exactly you'd be looking for, and we can detail that a little bit for the appropriateness of the fence in the area.
All right, great. We can cover that in the deliberation, I hope. Okay, back to you, Michael, again, real quick. Did you want to rebut anything else that was said by the demandas in their letter?
No.
You don't
no,
have to,
They've
but
been great neighbors. We love having them next door, and they've been fantastic. We hope we're doing everything that we can to please them and make this area a nice district for us and them in the community. So thank you, everybody, for your.
great. All right, thank you. With that, we'll close the public portion, and Matt will talk about deliberation.
Yes, so that will close the public hearing portion for 232 Mill Street. At this time, the board members will go into deliberations, and there is no participation by applicants or the public during this time.
We'll start with Kirsten. What are your thoughts on this, the fence?
I'm okay with the location of the generator outside within the enclosure, given the noise level and that it will only be happening select times of the day. I think the fence is tricky. My initial thought was some kind of a black wrought iron fence with plantings behind it. But looking at the fence, 85% of that fence is a door that swings open, so you can't plant behind it.
Could it slide, perhaps?
You still couldn't plant anything behind it, you know. Meaning you couldn't have a per zoning approved fence with open slats with a planting behind it. So I would say that we'd have to ask for a zoning variance on that fence to have something that's more of a privacy fence, metal, at least 6 feet high. I mean, if you start to look at privacy fences, you can even do something, if it's to please the neighbors, you can even do something more decorative. Maybe I don't think it has to be historic in nature. I think they just want something that's aesthetically pleasing and serves the function. I don't know if it's perforated. I don't know if it just something that's, I would like to see the application in front of us, but my gut feeling is it's something that's a dark metal 6 foot high fence that still conceals what's beyond it.
And ask them to apply for a variance so that it's.
Yeah, I think that's where they're going to have to go because they can't plant things as a mechanism to conceal what's in that courtyard.
But then Karsten, weren't you raising that there might not be enough space between the fence and the generator to put in plantings?
Well, that I don't think it's a reasonable thing to do anyway, because the majority of that fence is a swing gate. So you can't plant something where you need egress to move in and out of. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There'd be so few trees there anyway, it wouldn't do anything for you. I think it just has to be a more attractive dark metal fence.
With closer slats so you can't see through it, which means they would have to apply for a variance.
Or limited, you know, whatever that might mean.
There's no variances from the code downtown. The Center City District has administrative approval under the under the manager of zoning. So it wouldn't go to the zoning board. It would kick into an administrative procedure under the manager of zoning, but then of course the board approval. So
I think this is a very reasonable reason to, yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean, maybe what it's best to do is for them to consult with staff. It's just hard to like give them an.
It's hard for us to comment without something in front of us.
Right. And it's hard for you to like give them specific details without allowing them to consult with city staff about what might or might not.
yeah, so one of the things we can do, which is why I asked about time frame with the applicant, I didn't know if this was like this generator has to be in by November 30th or no one has water kind of thing. But if it sounds like the applicant, the city, has some wiggle room in terms of timing. So if you want to connect the two, the approval of the generator with the fence, you can certainly do a hold. You've given some information about what you're looking for in terms of material. You've mentioned metal. You've mentioned, slats being closer together and that sort of thing. And then they will have to work with city staff in terms of available resources for both finances as well as design. And then they can bring something back to the board for review.
Sounds pretty reasonable to me. Kirsten, any
I
further
would
thoughts
recommend
before
I'd recommend if you make a condition, just in case, that if there's something where, that you want metal unless it's absolutely, barred by building codes and or zoning code. You know what I mean? Like just in case there's something unanticipated that wouldn't allow us to use metal or.
There's metal on the other side of the building. What would?
Okay. All right. Never mind.
Okay, Kirsten, anything further before I move on to Gerald?
No, I was gonna say, just to help the applicant, if they want to put 6 different fencing patterns in front of us, that would at least give us something to respond to,
But basically, we're looking for something solid that's going to be screened,
tall enough.
and tall enough, attractive enough to go with the rest of the properties. Okay. Gerald, what are your thoughts, please?
So my thoughts are, Kirsten and Matt, I think their merge proposal makes sense to me. My thought would be to hold the application, not because I have any concerns about the generator. I think the proposal for moving the generator outdoors is fine. It's obviously necessary. So I have no concerns about that, but I do think we need more information on what the fencing is going to look like. So my proposal would be hold the application and invite the applicant to return with, as Kirsten says, a variety of fencing proposals. It could be metal like on the other side where it's see-through. It could be metal is like as Kirsten is describing where it's much harder to see through it. I can easily imagine also liking a wood fence that was solid wood, that was a stockade fence, but that the top was decorative in some fashion. I would invite them to come back with different fence proposals. They can consult with the city. They can then bring proposals to us. We can look at them, and then we can make a decision on the fence and simultaneously approve the generator.
And we need to put a time frame. So 3 months, do you think is reasonable, Tom, Matt?
Well,
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, they're motivated by circumstances to come back soon. But yeah, what do you think, Matt? Like 2 months or?
I don't see a need to put a time frame on it. I mean, if that's something you want to do, you certainly can. But as Tom said, like they need something, so I think that they would come back. But that's of course.
Yeah, Michael just put in the chat 2 or 3 months is good with us. I would say give them 3 months, but they'll be motivated to come sooner than that.
Okay, great. Any other thoughts, Gerald?
Nope, those would be my thoughts. Thank you.
All right. I'll keep it short and sweet. My thoughts were all out there. So Ed Kane.
My thoughts were all out there too.
All right. And Isaac Brocker.
I just have a couple of quick thoughts. I think there's a lot of potential with this fence to think about it in more of a sculptural sense rather than just a dumb fence. So I really think that this is, and it just seems like the neighbors are very concerned about the way that it looks, that I think this would be something that would be wise for the client, the owner to engage a design professional to work with them, because I think there could be a potential for an art installation on this. I mean, there are endless possibilities. And I guess from what's been discussed, the only thing that I would think is, I think we should stay away from wood, because I think just the longevity is not there, and I think we want something more durable in that location. So I definitely think the fence is the fence. We need to see the fence portion again, and I think maybe giving them. I don't know if we can, or if maybe I was just not following all this. Can we approve the generator, but then have them come back for the fence?
I think we're going to make it subject to them coming back with a series of fence proposals.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe it's like that we give them a little longer period of time to do something a little more thoughtful than just going to like some fence company to define 6 different types of fences.
Like I'm thinking it could be perforated, it could be laser cut, it could be anything. You know, there's more than
Yeah.
just this, what you buy from Home Depot and. Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to add, Isaac, is I would ask that I love your idea that this could be a piece of art, that it could be a really interesting fence. And I just want to invite them to bring multiple proposals to us. And I would not exclude wood out of hand, only because we're going to have an opportunity to make a decision once they bring different ideas to us.
Okay. Anything else? Great. Well, would someone like to give me a motion based on what we talked about? Come on, Gerald, you got one. You got another motion in you. I know you do.
I do. I have another motion, Chris. Thank you. This is a motion for case number 6, file number A-020-21-22 at 232 Mill Street, to replace an existing interior generator with an exterior generator within an enclosed storage area, that we hold this application and give the applicant up to 3 months to return to the Preservation Board with a set of proposed fences for us to consider.
Second.
So a motion has been properly made by Gerald Gamm and properly seconded by Kirsten Solberg. I will call on each member for their vote. I'll start with Kirsten Solberg. Kirsten, do you vote yay or nay for this motion?
Yay.
Kirsten Solberg votes yay. Gerald Gamm, yay or nay for this motion, please?
I vote yay.
Gerald Gamm votes yay for the motion. Next would be me, Christopher Coretta. I vote yay for the motion. Ed Kane, yay or nay for the motion?
Yay.
Ed Kane votes yay for the motion. And Isaac Brocker?
Yay.
Isaac Brocker votes yay for the motion, a unanimous 5 votes. It passes it. Very good. Closes that case number 6. Matthew, when you have time and ready, please call case number 7.
Okay, case number 7 is a certificate of appropriateness at 2 Menlo Place. The file number is A-021-20. A-21- let me try this again. It's well past my bedtime. A-021-2122. It is located in the R1 low density residential district, as well as the Mount Hope Highland Park Preservation District. The applicant is the property owner, Pilar Dubac Penny, and the purpose is to replace 9 existing double hung windows on the first floor of a 2-family dwelling, 4 on the Menlo Place elevation and 5 on the Mount Hope Avenue elevation. And the property owner, Pilar, is here, and I believe Chris is here as well.
Sorry, working on it right
One
now.
second. They're coming in. Chris, I believe, is the property owner's son, part of the applicant team.
Hello.
Also, as someone who knows Matt well, he wasn't joking about it being past his bedtime.
I'm with him on that, by the way. All right. And just for the record, all board members did visit the site. All right. So is Pilar with us? I think I do see her. So I'm going to swear both Pilar and Chris in. I'll start with Pilar. Pilar Penny, I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Pilar Dubac Penny, yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You solemnly swear, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Chris Dubuc, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. And we are ready for your presentation.
Sure. I also have my husband, Lee Penny, who should be brought in. And we also have Pat out there that should be brought in, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, let's, they are in the meeting now. So we have Lee and Pat. So Lee, I see you're on mute. If you could unmute yourself, and Pat as well. And what'll happen is the chair will swear you both in.
Okay, I'm missing.
Pat, we need a last name for Pat.
Yeah, what's
Pat
Pat's last
Sullivan.
name?
Sullivan.
Okay, let's start with you. Pat
Yes,
Sullivan,
I'm here.
do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That was Pat Sullivan?
Yes.
Okay. And then Lee Penny,
Yep.
do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and we are ready for your presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present our application to improve the look of 2 Menlo Place back to close to their original Queen Anne style. Just as a matter of information, when we purchased this home about a year ago, unfortunately, our attorney and our realtor did not inform us that the home was in a preservation area, nor we were informed that there were pending violations on the property. So, but besides that, as soon as we were notified by the city of Rochester, we have made every effort to complete all the violations at this point. The only ones that are pending are related to the windows. That's what we are here today. And we are actually very excited about this project. I guess once we found out that this was a preservation home, we became actually very excited about it. And we have been doing a lot of research as far as where 2 Menlo came from. We have visited the Landmark Society. We visited the public library, which they were very, very helpful, the historical office there. And we searched through all of the municipal archives, and we found out that 2 Menlo was actually the first home on that street. And 2 Menlo has a very strategic location because it's a corner home between Menlo and Mount Hope. And it's a very, very nice neighborhood. It's a very walked neighborhood because of the park being right behind our backyard, basically. And the cemetery across the street, which has tours all the time. So there's just a lot of visitors in the area and a lot of people that can see the home. And we have been actually blessed by the neighbors that we have. They've been so supportive. We've gotten so many positive encouragement and thanks for actually working on this property to enhance the neighborhood. It has been apparently an eyesore and a home that has not been taken care of and neglected for years from the previous owners. And we have started doing whatever we could under the guidelines of the Preservation Board to enhance that, landscaping, fixing things. And this has given us the opportunity to meet a lot of people that have come to us to say, thank you, you guys are doing a great job. We love what you're doing. It's making the neighborhood happier and more bright. So that has, having said that, we found out through the Historical Society that this is a Queen Anne style home.
Just a moment.
I'm sorry? Yeah, there it is. That's the picture. Our home, it looks very, very much like it. We found this out through the archives. And it's actually very unique to this area. It's the only one like this in this area. So that's why it was kind of hard for us to find like homes down the street or, down the block or anything, because there's none. This is very, very unique and is actually a beautiful home. So the idea, we are trying to do the opposite, trying to return it back to what it used to be, instead of, continuing with what they had been doing, which was destroy what was there. So we are, now that we know what to focus on and looking at this picture, when we presented our application, we looked at different, options of windows, manufacturers, and everything like that. And we found that
Small chocolate frosty and a junior cheeseburger deluxe with extra lettuce, onions.
You need to please mute yourself if you're going to have another conversation.
Okay, somebody out there, I'm not sure what's going on.
All right, second window, thanks.
Okay.
That would be Pat
Okay.
Sullivan. If you're going to have another conversation, please mute. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Pilar.
Okay,
Sorry,
I'm
I
so
thought I was
sorry.
muted.
I apologize. So anyway, our research came to the Pella Impervia windows. They are the texture of the window itself. They're fiberglass, total fiberglass inside out. Their sizes and options resemble very much what we see here on this Queen Anne style home. They have many options for sizes, especially to fit these old home openings. The texture of the window has a little bit of a woodsy feel to it. And so it looks really, really much like wood. Now, when we do this, we are going to do this with what's called the pocket fit window, which we are not going to touch the existing opening of the home. We are the existing opening, which is on the outside, it's wood, and we are going to leave all of that as it is, and we're just going to put the window right in the existing opening. There's not going to be any changes in the size, elevation, and the windows in the front facing Menlo right now have these wood storms with 4 lights, if you can see that. Those wood storms right now are nail shot. You can't open them, take them out. You can't even open the inside windows. But the new windows coming in, because there's not going to be a need for a storm anymore, we will resemble exactly what you see here. We're going to get, the 4 lights, and we're going to resemble exactly what's there now, and possibly add a little bit more of the Queen Anne style lights, as you see in the picture that we provided of the old home, to kind of start bringing them back to that old historical feel. And on the Mount Hope side, we have windows that have, what do you call those? A stained glass. All of that will be kept exactly like that. We are going to make some small repairs on some of the glasses that have been kinked or maybe falling off. So we are going to, you see it right there, exactly. So all of that stained glass will remain, everything will remain within their own wood openings, unless it's rotted, like all the windows are. We will replace the window around the stained glass if it's needed. But everything else is just putting special attention to the historical feel of the home and trying to bring it back to what it used to be. And right now we have done, like I said, some beautiful landscape on the Mount Hope side, and people are thrilled to see all of that. They love walking through it. So that's our small explanation on what we would like to do. I'm not sure what else I can add at this point to our application, but to say thank you for your consideration and to help us bring this home to as close as its original size and enhance the neighborhood and the aesthetical view and design of this home.
Well, thank you for the presentation, Pilar. It's a beautiful home, and we greatly appreciate your passion for it and working with us on it. We'll open it up to questions for the members, and I'll start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I do. It's regarding the actual patterning of the windows. It was a little difficult to tell from the proposal exactly what was being proposed in terms of the divided lights for the upper levels. I mean, you touched on the ground level at the porch, but what are you proposing for the upper levels?
Well, this application was for the 9 windows on the first floor. If you would like us to at the upper floors. I'd love to do that because after we found out how lovely the Queen Anne style homes look with the lights, we can continue second and third, but this application was only for the first floor.
Well, I think are you referring, Isaac, you're referring to the first floor windows, just the upper sash?
Well, really all of it, because I feel like this is I feel like it needs to be considered as a whole project, at least. Maybe this isn't part of the proposal, but like what is being planned for that? Because I think it's just to have an idea of like what you're thinking for the upper levels, I think is going to have an impact of like what's proposed for the ground level. And I guess are the side windows also going to be like what we're seeing on the porch side with the four panels?
Absolutely, Isaac, and thank you for actually thinking ahead. We didn't want to overwhelm anything else with this application because I know how difficult it is to go through 15-20 minutes of this, but you are absolutely right. That was our thought process as well, to continue what we are going to start on the first floor upstairs. So if you guys can give us the opportunity to do this as a full project, that will be wonderful, because we would, because we will love to make it all consistent, all the same, and continue with the lights as beautiful as they can be put in on the upper sash to reflect more of the Queen Anne style. If you have other recommendations, I would love to hear them.
Well, actually, I wasn't trying to open up a can of worms with this, but I was just it was more, I think, more of a simple question of what, like, for the upper levels, was there thought given to kind of the cohesive language of all the windows in the house, like as you're starting to do, because I fully understand, like, living in an older house myself, like you can't do everything at once. You have to
exactly.
You've absolutely been considering it, yeah, from the beginning, for sure.
So could you just touch on like what you're proposing for some of these upper windows? Like, sometimes like in the attic windows are treated in a different way.
Well, what we thought about, Isaac, was if you see the little picture of the Queen Anne style that we shared with you, you see how the upper ones have two lights going rectangular on the second floor. And then the third floor has the 6 lights. We would love to replicate this. We definitely would love it. Or maybe just do second and third floor the same, with just the 2 rectangular ones on the upper sash, and the ones on the first floor do the 4 lights like it is now with those storm windows. I think that either way will look beautiful. Either way, I think that either way will definitely bring it back to that old historical look.
I have to add something else to the equation too, and that is the Preservation Board's guidelines require or say that typically original wood windows can't be replaced unless it's demonstrated that there's no way to repair them. So
Correct.
we need to address that question. And if we're going to waive the need to prove that they can't be repaired, why this wouldn't be, what their site-specific conditions would justify that?
Sure, Tom. We looked at that immediately. And we had, I think there's a letter attached to our application where we had this done. We originally reached out to the Landmark Society because we were told that the Landmark Society will provide us with a list of vendors and contractors that can do this kind of thing. These people, first of all, unfortunately, I did not receive any feedback from the Landmark Society. I reached out to them twice, and I'm not sure it's because of all the COVID stuff going on. There's just a lot of communications that have been broken. And then we also reached out to some local people, and they don't even want to talk to you about it unless you sign a contract saying that you're contracting them for the work. But we received, not from the salespeople, but we received a letter from Pella, the Pella manager and the actual installer, indicating that he had reviewed the windows on the first floor, the 9 on the first floor, that they were not in any replaceable state. And you see on part A, reason for replacement, it kind of gives you all of the reasons why we went replacing and not repairing. This it says, and then we referred. Now, also, Tom, on your question of consistency, if there is already wood, white change, the second and third floor windows were already replaced. They were already replaced years ago with a kind of a combination of
I'm
things.
aware of that with regard to the second and third floor. So I know that this issue is only with regard to the original wood windows on the first floor.
Okay, but if we could go ahead and because the ones on the second and third floor have issues, not like the ones on the first floor, but originally, if we get approved for whatever windows you feel are appropriate for the first floor, the idea, like Isaac was saying, what is going to be the continuity of this home? How is it going to make it a whole look? And the idea would be to continue that on the second and third floor and change it to the windows that are look-alike historical windows. Does that answer your question?
Well, it's up to the board to decide whether that letter from Pella is sufficient. And
Yeah, that was going to actually be one of my questions. Do you want to complete the question period regarding that?
You
I
mean,
think we should.
You talking to me or to Tom?
No, actually I was talking to Tom, but I think we should procedurally finish the questions, because that was actually going to be one of my questions.
Well, yeah, if I might put my 2 cents worth in on this. This is Lee Penny. I'm not showing up on the thing, but you know, we did the first 9 because they were really the worst of the bunch. And we do have a list of each window was inventoried and examined, and a list of operational, cosmetic, and structural difficulties and weather sealing problems all mount up to building a window from scratch is the only way we're going to get a wood window in there. Because if I could just take a tour with us, I mean, we couldn't even take a picture of all of the cosmetic repairs that are in various stages of disrepair. And at 10 feet you can't tell, but you get up and you can take a pencil and poke your pencil through the wood in many places. So they're in terrible shape, and they don't seal. I mean, I'm a craftsman. I was a general contractor in 2 states. I know what I'm talking about. Those windows should go directly into a garbage pile. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Lee. I'm charged with trying to keep this meeting going in a particular way procedurally. Right, but if you can, your specific concern about the eligibility to replace.
I understand what you're saying. I need to finish the questions from each board member, please. So,
okay.
Isaac, do you have any further questions?
No, I think I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Ed Kane. Do you have any questions for the applicant, please?
No, I'm all set.
Okay, very good. I'm next. I really don't have any other questions. My question was going to be, did you have someone other than a window salesperson look at those windows and give?
Well, I
consider
myself an subject matter expert. So
okay,
that's one right there.
Okay.
And we
normally-
basically tried, Chris, very hard. We tried reaching out to the Landmark Society, reaching out to the people that we were told we needed to get this from. And really, we really did not get any assistance there. And we've been going at this for a year now.
Okay, and that's great. And I actually reached out to Landmark Society because I sit on their executive committee. I wasn't happy to read that. And
Okay.
I did reach out to them about that. Now, they're not the only resource in town, although they are an excellent resource, and I do believe they may have dropped the ball on that. However, there are other resources, other contractors that can look at these windows and give us an inventory on them, which is what we always ask for. Give us an inventory on them, give us an opinion on them. Just because something doesn't seal, I mean, almost any window can be repaired, essentially, in my opinion. And I've repaired them myself in my houses in the past.
No, and I fully agree with you. We did all of that, but they're not squared. They don't close properly because they're totally all the pulleys are gone. They're not squared anymore, and that's the reason why they can't close or open. They're rotted.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that we noticed, but you let us know what you think is best here.
All right, thank you. That was my only question. I'm going to move it on to Gerald Gam. Gerald, do you have any questions?
I do have questions. I have two questions. One is, and I'm just going to confine my questions to the first floor windows. That's what the application was about. My first question is, the new windows that you're proposing, they're fiberglass windows. Is that correct?
Right. Pella and Peravia, yes.
Okay. Are they double hung? Is it one square?
They can be either. I can have them double hung. I can do single hung if I like. There's two choices of that.
Right. So that's why I'm asking, because in the application, I noticed that there were several references to them being
single hung.
The original windows are obviously double hung windows. It's one sash over another sash. And I just wanted to check that you were open to it, because I would argue very strongly that to maintain the historic integrity of the home and to be consistent with Queen Anne style, it'd be very important that they be double hung, that you have two pieces of moving glass, one above the other.
And that will be perfectly fine, Gerald. We wouldn't have an issue at all with that.
Okay, perfect. My other question is, can we look at, and I guess this is for Matt. Matt, can you pull up that photo that we saw of the front of the house that shows the storm windows on the front porch? Perfect. So if I understand correctly, what you're proposing is that the new windows be modeled on the storm windows, which means for those two big windows in front, there would be 4 panes of glass. Am I understanding correctly?
That's correct.
Am I right that the actual window is just 2 panes of glass? It's just what we would call 1/1.
That is correct.
Okay, so from the inside of the house, it's just 1/1. And what I want to point out is it appears that all the first floor windows are original, that they're the old wood windows, and all the windows on the first floor, at least those are the ones we know about, because they're that all of them are 1/1.
Correct.
And I would actually argue, once we get to the deliberation stage, that to be consistent with the design of the house and the way that a house from that era would be built, all the windows on the first floor were originally 1/1. All the new windows should be 1/1. And those two big windows in front should be modeled on the windows, not on the storms. And I think, thinking about our house from a similar vintage, had a couple of storm windows that were unusual. And they were unusual simply, I think, because they were afraid of having sheets of glass that big protecting another sheet of glass. But would you be okay if all the windows on the first floor were double hung 1/1?
Absolutely. The only reason why we suggested that the 4 lights there is because it looks pretty and it looks historical. But yes, we have no issue to keep the existing just double hung, no lights.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you explaining. For me, as I walked around the house, those two windows really stood out as unusual. And I think it was just a practical matter of building storm windows because every other window, including the huge bay on the right-hand side, all the other windows are visibly 1/1. So I actually think whatever happens with the second and third floor, that the style of the house would be 1/1 double hung windows. So,
Okay.
so thank you for answering.
Oh
my-
yeah, absolutely. We are, this is very new to us, so we are very much, walking on new grounds. So any advice like you're giving to us right now is extremely helpful. We just saw these beautiful, this beautiful picture of a Queen Anne style, and it, and the lights look very nice, but you're right. I mean, the big ones on the bottom are also just one big window. Just the ones on the side, the smaller ones have that rectangular light in the middle. So we figured, we can add some of that to it if that's okay with you guys, but we don't have
any more
keeping them.
any more questions, Gerald?
No, I have no other question.
Okay. Kirsten, any questions for the applicant?
No further questions. Thank you.
Right. With that, if board members have no further questions, we'll go back to Matt. If there's any public statements, testimony.
Yeah, there is.
Ready for that.
There is one written comment I'll read into the record, and then there's also, I believe, Anna, correct me if I'm wrong, one person signed up to speak. Bear with me here.
I don't see anyone who signed up to speak.
Okay, I could have
It
been
was
wrong.
just Pat Sullivan who was going to speak on behalf of the inspection of the windows and of what the condition of the windows were. If that's still okay with you or.
Oh yeah, we heard that. That's good then.
Okay.
Yep, nope, thank you. One piece of one email that came in from Joan Gray Lindberg of 32 Highland Ave. This was right after the staff report went out. Dear Chris Snyder, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposal to remove 9 existing double hung windows with new replacements at 2 Menlo Place. I approve the request to install new windows. Even as we strive to preserve our architectural history, it is critical that we look forward to preserving our environment. New windows will save energy. I applaud the owners of 2 Menlo Place for doing the right thing and coming before the Preservation Board. I trust that the new windows will honor the building's original architecture. And again, that came from Joan Gray Lindberg of 32 Highland Ave. And that would conclude the public input.
We have one more, Matt, that you also forwarded to me from, I think is 14 Menlo.
Oh, I'm sorry, 19. I'm sorry, 19 Menlo. Yep, you are correct. It is in here. Oh, there's actually several.
And there's one more from Christy Mangold.
Yep, they are in here. I misspoke. They're included in here. This one is from Betty Hedger from 19 Menlo. It says, based on Roseanne's email to me today that you were CC'd on, I'm sending you the email that I have been trying to get to the board. It is a pleasure to send along my supportive comments for the changes the owner of this property would like to make. I've lived on the street for 30 years, and the attention and care the owner is giving this property is supported by myself and many of my neighbors. It has gone downhill for years as a rental property with no TLC and way too many tenants with cars on an already overburdened Menlo. We are hoping you provide him with encouragement and improvals. And then there is one from Christy Mangold and Bogdan Kristic. And this is, hello, we would like to comment on the proposal at 2 Menlo Place. We live next door at number 4 and completely support Chris replacing the windows. On our side of the house, the windows are rotting away and really need to be redone, and new ones will be a huge improvement. Number 2 has been the quote, sketchy house, unquote, on the corner for 2 decades, and we're glad that someone is putting in the time and money to clean it up. And that came from the neighbors at 4 Menlo Place. And that does conclude all of the feedback.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Pilar or any of the applicants, if you wanted to speak to any of those, rebut any of them, make any comments, you're welcome to. You have the right to. You're not required to, but you certainly have the right to.
No, I think that we have, expressed our feelings and what we would like to do, and we are obviously trying to do as much as we can to keep that historical value and enhance the value. I don't know if you need to hear from the person that did some of the inspections on the windows, or you are going to, like you said, Chris, suggest somebody else. We really tried. We haven't gotten anybody that would like to do it, but you're
You said
welcome.
there was someone else that did inspection?
Yeah, the person that's on waiting.
Pat Sullivan, I think, right? Was it Pat Sullivan?
Yes, Pat, are you still there?
Pat did speak on it, yes.
So is he from Pella?
No, he's an independent installer.
Okay.
But that he does work on Pella Impervious. We had also him give us some feedback on it besides the letter that we got from Pella when we reached out to them directly. So I don't know what happened to him. He was there. He
spoke, right? He already spoke about
He
this.
did. He was on the record, yes.
Yeah, we heard his letter.
Okay. Very good. Then with that, we'll close the public portion and Matt will talk about deliberation.
All right, yeah, so this closes the public hearing for the case at 2 Menlo Place. The board will now move into deliberations. During deliberations, there is no input by members of the public or the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. We're going to start with Isaac. Isaac, what are your thoughts, please?
I think I would commend the owners for trying to restore this property in much need of restoration. I would also agree with Gerald's comments on the first floor windows. Typically, these houses would have the larger panes of glass at the first floor, and then it would kind of taper up to like more divided lights as you go up, kind of similar to the image that they had presented. So I would be in favor of the double, just as 1/1 on the first floor.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Kane, Ed Kane, what are your thoughts, please?
I'll keep it short and agree with Isaac.
Okay. Great. I've always been very passionate about keeping original windows in a property. It's just my personal opinion. Any window can be repaired. As I said, I've done it myself. These old growth windows, if you talk to somebody like Chris Brandt with Barrow Architecture, I'm sure the architects on this board can tell you too, that old growth wood is much more dense than what's grown today. That with storm windows, they say, is as energy efficient. I also like the fact that original windows are usually wavy glass, original glass. That's just my opinion. I would rather see the windows restored, or at least have look for an independent contractor that can at least do it. I know it's not easy, but they are out there. Just my opinion. If we were to go with the replacement windows, I would agree that the 1/1 on the first floor would be appropriate. Those are my thoughts. Gerald?
So I want to begin just by thanking the homeowner and for the care that obviously they are taking in the house and the attention they're giving to the house and their commitment to restoring this house. It's a house with beautiful bones that sits at the corner of two important streets. So I just want to start there. Want to go second to windows. I, in general, agree with Chris Coretta. In fact, we purchased our house in part because we have all of our original wood windows and spent years restoring the windows. And so I really respect the importance of the wood windows to the house. Having said that, and understanding that our guidelines say that we should not replace windows if they can be repaired, I also take seriously the testimony of the applicant, who says that they tried at least twice to contact the Landmark Society for advice as to whom they should contact, who specialize in restoring wood windows, and they didn't hear back. I take seriously the testimony we had at our last meeting a month ago where somebody was able to get in touch with the Landmark Society and brought an expert who said any window can be repaired, but there's effectively nobody available in the community who can do this in any reasonable period of time. And so as somebody who loves wood windows, I'm willing to say they made a good faith effort to contact the Landmark Society, which is where we traditionally send people. And we had testimony at our last meeting from the window expert that the Landmark Society would have suggested, who said there's effectively nobody available to repair these windows right now. And so I would be okay with them replacing these windows. We have a window by window census. We have evidence that these windows are in bad shape. And the replacement would be fiberglass, which look quite a lot like wood. They would be painted to match. So I am okay with replacement. And I would condition my support for the replacement on them being double hung windows with one whole sash over, with one sash over one light over one light, with no dividers on the first floor. And then if in the future the homeowner wants to come back with a proposal for the second and third floor windows, I would welcome their proposal, but I think tonight we should focus on the first floor with 1/1s, double hung windows.
Okay, Kirsten?
Only thing I can add to this is what I was hearing from the homeowner is they were ready to get our approval on the whole house if we were willing to give it. And that was what was pushing me over the edge to go from restoration to replacement. Only in that then the entire house would be consistent. Seeing that the two upper floors are already not original, this was kind of the impetus to let them do all of this at once and at least have consistent windows. It sounds like they have a plan to do 1/1, 1/2, and then 1/6, which is seems to be the pretty traditional Queen Anne style. And I'd be prepared to approve that based on what I saw of the house. I would even go so far as to tell them to really do their research. And a lot of these windows are red or green. You know, if you're going to do it once, it'd be interesting to see what they could, could they take it a step farther and do the entire house to really make it something special? But that's beyond our the charge of the board here.
So Karsten, I know on other occasions when we've approved replacing windows, it's been that the dimensions of the dividers between the lights and all that like match up size wise, that there's the border around the windows is either maintained or if replaced is the same dimensions and all that kind of stuff. Is that stuff you want?
The applicant was saying that the impervia is able to fit right within the existing opening of the window. Maybe we don't have enough information to approve the upper floors. I just think that there's something to be said about being able to do it once and have that consistency.
And Kirsten, I just want to say, I love your vision for the upper floors. Ironically, I just realized this week, that's the plan of our house. We have 1/1 on the first floor, and then we have 6/1 on the second floor, and then we have like 6/6 on the third.
It's almost like a column. It builds up in density as you go up.
Yeah, my only concern would be giving them guidance for the second and third floor without a proposal. Like, I'm comfortable, we have a clear plan for the first floor. I would invite them to come back with a plan for the second and third floor. I'm just worried about us trying to devise a plan on the spot.
It just made me feel a lot better to approve the replacement on the first, knowing that the entire house was going to get a facelift almost.
Well, the other thing it does is the applicant is listening, so they have the information here tonight as far as guidance goes for future planning.
Would someone like to give me a motion? Keep this thing rolling?
Gerald, I was going to say Gerald described a motion in his comments. I don't know if
you want me to try giving the motion? I think
yes,
I have
please.
Inside of me. Okay, so this is case number 7, file number A-021-21-22 at 2 Menlo Place. that the application is to replace 9 existing double hung windows on the first floor of this dwelling, that we approve the application as submitted, provided that all new windows are double hung windows, and that each of the double hung windows is 1 light over 1 light, that all windows are undivided.
Do we have a second? Okay. Motion was properly made by Gerald Gamm and properly seconded by Ed Kane. I'll call out each member for their vote. We'll start with Isaac Brocker. Isaac, do you vote yea or nay for this?
Yay.
Isaac Brocker votes yea. Ed Kane?
Yay.
Ed Kane votes yea. I'm next. I vote nay. Gerald Gamm?
I vote yay.
Gerald Gamm votes yea. And Kirsten Solberg?
Yay.
Is that yay?
Yay.
Yay. So that's 4 yays. That passes the motion. Thank you very much. That closes this case. And Matthew, whenever you're ready, please call case number 8.
Case number 8 is file A-022-2122. It is a certificate of appropriateness at 987 East Avenue. Property is located in the R3 High Density Residential District in the East Avenue Preservation District. The applicant is Dr. Vito Quatella, who's also the property owner. And the purpose is to legalize and install a series of HVAC mini split units, as well as install a dryer vent, all on the exterior of a multifamily dwelling. And we have with us tonight Dr. Quatella, as well as John Witzel, who works for Dr. Quatella.
All right, great. I will swear these 2 gentlemen in. Dr. Quatella, how are you?
I'm good. Good to
Good.
see
Dr.
everybody. Thank you.
Dr. Quatella, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And John Witzel, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you. We're ready for your presentation.
Sure.
So what I'm here tonight to discuss is 2 things. One is mounting mini split HVAC condenser units for apartments 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And the other is a front-facing dryer vent for apartment 4, which I'll discuss later. I wanted to start this first of all by saying that I didn't realize, and I've renovated 973 27 years ago, and won an award from the Landmark Society for it, but I didn't realize that if you didn't see something from the front, that you needed to come. My thought when I did this was I was taking out window units, which are terribly ugly, and replacing with these. And we started with apartment 7, which is the last pictures that you have, and we'll come to those in a minute. And that unit was directly opposite facing the street. It wasn't facing the street, it was facing the carriage house, and it was up high. And I just never thought that we needed to come to the preservation board for that. And the installers went through the city. We've had, city inspectors through. It wasn't, and so what happened is we did that in apartment 7, and of course, the rest of the tenants now all wanted mini split units. And so, I have some great tenants that I really love and have had for a long time. And so I went ahead and started authorizing these things. Recently, when we have a tenant for apartment 4 who wanted a washer and dryer, and they said that, the vent had to go out the front, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And I realized that we'd have to come, and we talked to Rick Rivera, and he said, you really have to get a approval for these others that are on the side as well. Because we've been renovating apartment 7 for over 18 months. We've had all kinds of issues with COVID and different workers and whatnot. So he's been checking in on the work, and that unit was the first one that went up. So I really apologize for this. I respect this board and I respect your intention. I love restoration. And I hope that you understand that by the end of this. So, the rationale for doing this is obvious because, I have to compete with other, high-end apartments that are in the area, and everybody has in-unit washer dryers, in-unit air conditioning units. And so I'm just trying to stay in the game that way. And so I just want to quickly take you through, because I know you're all probably tired and want to get home. But so the first pictures, if you could go to apartments 2 and 5, show the condenser units there, and these two take care of 2 and 5, and have eliminated 3 window units, 3 or 4 window units from these apartments. And I fully intend, and you'll see the scope of the work that I'm doing with this building, but I fully intend to landscape this, but that would be the very last thing. And these downspouts that you see have these collection drainage things that you can see, and you'll see them in several places. They're not functional. They're impeding the foundation, and sometimes we get water in the building. And so to me, this is the bigger fish to fry, and I'll tell you what I've done about that and what we're intending to do, what's pending now with the city. But so I intend to cover these. When we go to condenser unit for apartment 3, we strategically planned this so you couldn't see it from the street, because I thought that was the intent, not realizing that I would have to come to get this approved. And my thought here is, if the warranty would allow it on the unit, that we could paint it out, if that was acceptable to the board. And the one for apartment 4, I will, again, this is not landscaped here, but it will be landscaped. But it can't be landscaped until we deal with these downspout problems that we have. So and I will summarize the fact that we had to put a sewer from the main house all the way to the street this year. And now we're going to have to dig 6 to 8 foot trenches around the entire house to connect the downspouts to the sewer in order to preserve the foundation and to not have water erode on this building. Condenser unit number 6 hasn't been placed. And that was the thought for the location. This is, again, on the back, towards the back of the home. And then condenser unit number 7 was the first one that was installed. That's the next picture. And that's kind of what started this whole thing. And this one is installed in a project that's been reviewed since its inception. We are close now. We're about to, it has had it painted. We're about to hang kitchen cabinets and do some tiling in the bathroom. This is a total renovation, including full lighting, rewiring, kitchen, bath, everything. It's just totally modernized, and we've preserved the stained glass. We've done all this work on this particular unit, but this is kind of what started the rest of the tenants wanting air conditioning. And then the final thing is the vent, and this is problematic. And we've thought about it. So I've already I kind of maybe made a mistake. I purchased the washer and dryer. It's already in the apartment, but we thought about a bunch of different things, and so. One thing is that there's a cornice right where this arrow is pointing, and this is brown like the building. And if we were to put it in the corner under the cornice, sort of between where the triagonal part of the building comes out, that it might be hidden there, and that's close to where the dryer is. There's a possibility, and we don't have a firm answer on the dryer company, but that by using, the 4-inch galvanized piping, that we could actually go straight up into the attic space. And there is at the peak sort of a vented louver, if you would, and the dryer vent could be behind the louver and sealed behind it, so it would vent out, but you wouldn't actually see it. That would be my first choice if it meets the code. But my feeling is that the run of piping for that dryer might be too long, and it might be a fire hazard. But we're going to get a definitive. But as the proposal stands right now, we're trying to propose that it goes in that location, and I understand that that's probably problematic, but I thought I would ask. I have comments to the email from Maureen Dugan, which partially explains some of the concerns she has, but more importantly, will describe what I've done in the last 2 years to this house in trying to preserve it. And I was just wondering if it's okay to present this now. It's a little bit out of order, Chair, but I think it's relevant to what's happening here and what I'm trying to do and what the big long-range plan is.
Please tell us.
Okay, so I care very much for these buildings, and her email dismayed me a little bit because it made me feel like I didn't respect this property. And I understand that preservation is more than just skin deep, and we've had many core necessities that have had to be repaired, and had to be repaired really to maintain the vitality of the house. And the landscaping and the actual facade, the external stone, is in the last of order priorities. In 2020, we had a $20,000 repair to the roof where we did copper flashing and had to repair some of the Spanish tiles and restore some of them. We had to preserve the brick apron at the end of the driveway and repave the driveway in 2020. And that was at an expense about $30,000. In 2021, we had to put a new sewer line after we attempted to do a clean out and put a sewer line in from the house to the driveway. We then had to dig up even parts of the driveway and bring a new sewer line to the street, which was another $20,000 expense, but was a necessary expense in order to start establishing proper water drainage off the roof line. In progress right now, the upgrading of apartment 7 I've talked about, and that's coming to a close very shortly. We have a petition in, or whatever, an application in for new electrical service to enhance the tenants' usage, because there's just increased usage of electricity, and in these old houses. And that's been about a $20,000 proposal from Citygate Electric, where they're going to bring in a new powerful service, and that's going to happen this year. And we have a proposal from Gotti Plumbing to do an entire restoration of the downspout drainage system, which means digging 6 to 8 foot trenches, 6 to 8 feet away from the house, and now tying all the downspouts into this PVC, which will ultimately go into the sewer line, and that's going to be done this year. And that all precedes landscaping, because we would have to tear that all out. I have considered cleaning the envelope of the building, which she found fault with, and we did that with 973 Lindsay House last year, where light power washing brought it to life and didn't change the brick or wear. But this building, if you look at it closely, the stone is super soft. I've had people looking at it for steaming. I've had people look at it for power washing, and I was hoping that the board would give me some insight. And had she not complained about it, I was even going to ask. But I don't have a good solution. I would love to clean the building on the outside, but I'm so afraid of how soft the stone is as to what to do. And I also wondered if I needed to come back when I went to decide on how to clean that, if I needed to come back for approval. But, so Mrs. Dugan, I respect her comment, but there's two different situations here. I did some of the structural work with Lindsay House in 973. So now maintaining the aesthetic outside, and we've done a lot there with painting and roofing, is easy. But this building, I'm trying to salvage its physiology, so to speak, and I will address the outside. I mean, I have repaired windows. I've done all that kind of stuff, but I now am sort of burdened with this other stuff. And I sincerely apologize that if I put those things in without coming to you first, that I didn't understand that if it didn't have visibility from the street that I couldn't do that. And I apologize.
Okay. Well, thank you, Doctor. Did you have anything further you wanted to present?
I don't think so. I mean, I really don't think so.
All right, great. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open up questions to the board members. We'll start with Karsten.
Hey, my first question was about, we've discussed landscaping. Do we know what kind of, I can't assume you can just put a bush right in front of one of these units. There's got to be a certain amount of clearance off of these, the ones that are at least mounted down at the base of the building. Do we know what that clearance is?
I don't know exactly. I do know that you can put fencing around them as long as it's perforated.
Yeah.
I imagine, I mean, depending on the density of the bush, that there's ventilation to the bush, but I honestly don't know if there's a specified clearance for landscaping. I have put perforated fencing like as close as a foot to these units.
I have some difficulty assessing this without a landscaping plan or what the solution would be in front of us for us to kind of think of the whole picture. My other question, is there a particular reason that you chose to mount them to the building rather to pad mount them on a concrete pad? I know you could gang them up back to back, put them on the ground. These things they're always offensive. They're less offensive when you stick them up on a vinyl building because it's ugly, it gets more ugly, but it's just so hard to see it up against.
Yeah. My understanding, and I would have preferred to have them all in one spot and make an enclosure or something, but is that there's a certain limit to the run. And John, you might, I mean, we entertain not mounting these, but isn't there a limit as far as the coolant for the run from the unit?
The other thing too, if people can hear me, can you hear me okay, everyone?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The one thing I wanted to mention, those pictures, those are actually in the back of the building as well. They're not in front, just so you know.
Right.
Those units are on the side to the back, not visible all from the front.
Understood.
Yes, we all visited the site.
Okay, good, okay. That is per foot. It's about $75 or more per foot. And you can't go too long. I don't know what the exact distance is that they require, but we went as far as we could. The one that was first put in, which is apartment number 7, one before this one here, that one is on the 3rd floor. So getting it up to that there, which is not only electrical, but also the solution, it's just too far to go. So we really weren't able to put them all gang together. And honestly, the original plan wasn't to put them in every unit. It really is something maybe we've done because, as Dr. Cortell said, the tenants need to have them. So.
I'm wondering about like apartments number 2 and 5. Potentially, they could be back to back on a concrete pad, correct?
Lexi, these are closer to the house this way. They're mounted right off the house on a bracket. So they're actually less obtrusive than bringing it away from the house. If you saw me walk back there.
I mean, I would typically say keep it off a historic facade. Just my preference. But theoretically, we could put them on a concrete pad back to back if we wanted to, at least in that location.
I don't know the answer to that, Ms. Solberg, because I think there's a limit, because I didn't want it on the side of the building either, but I think there's a limit, and it's not the cost of the piping, because I've spent much more in this building than what that piping would cost, but I do think the distance the refrigerant has to travel before it actually gets to the unit. I'm pretty sure.
I'm just talking about the ones that are down on the very, very ground. Looks like there's just 3 units that are practically at the base of the building. Those 3, in theory, could be moved to a concrete. I know they have to be off the ground because of snow and such, but I believe those 3 could be taken off the building.
I suppose they could be. It'd require all redoing of all the lines. I don't know what that would cost, but yeah, it's possible. I don't know if they can go back to back because they're going to have areas one individually. So I'm not sure they can go back to back. I'm not an installer.
Okay, I've done them back to back. I don't know whether these units are different than other things. I'm just trying to understand what our options are. I think that's the extent of my question. So thank you.
Kirsten.
All right, thanks, Kirsten. Gerald, any questions?
I do. Kirsten has already begun asking the kinds of questions that I would ask, which is why can't the 3 units that are elevated just a few inches off the ground be put on the ground? And I do, Kirsten, share your concern that mounting them directly to a historic facade is not appropriate. I will also note the color differential is dramatic on this building. These are not gray units against a gray building. These are units that appear to be white, even though they're gray, against a very dark red-brown building. And so they stand out and really call attention to themselves. As I walked around the building, I was struck by how dramatic these units are and how much they call attention to themselves. It's something I just want to point out for purposes of consistency that we discussed when we talked about the church on Jefferson Avenue earlier in this same hearing. I'm concerned about these 3 units. So that's my first question, but Kirsten asked it. Could they be put on a concrete pad? My second question is about unit 6 and the ones that are high up. Unit 6, and I guess unit 7. So my question about both of those units is there any other place they could be placed? Could they be placed on the ground? Could they sit on a roof where they're shielded partly from view? Is there a place in the wall they could be put where they're not so visible? Because my eye is drawn to those units. Ironically, the only unit that to me was very well shielded is the unit above the portico roof. That unit is actually hard to see unless you're looking for it. The other units, the 3 that are off the ground, and then the one that's very high up and the one that's proposed to be very high up, are eyesores on this otherwise beautiful stone building. So my question, and it sounds like, and so this is a question for the 2 of you, and it sounds like you don't know fully the answer, is could the 3 ground units be put on the ground on a concrete pad to pull them away from the building a little? And are there other places to put the 2 higher up units? And it may be you have an answer right now, or it may be the answer is we don't know for sure. We're going to need to talk to a contractor.
Yeah. I think that's probably the short answer, but I can tell you that these units on a pad, I don't think they're intended to go on a pad because of snow. I mean, I think that they would just not function. Most of the time
they can.
When you have
these aren't air conditioning units, though. These are heat pumps. Heat pumps.
No, I know they can go on slabs. I know they can.
They have to go like a heat pump. They go on a bracket on the ground about 2 feet up. I do home inspections. I'm a licensed home inspector in New York State. So I do 420 inspections. They're always off the ground if they're a heat pump. If they're air conditioning,
off the ground, but they can be on a slab. That's all that I was asking.
Right, both,
So
both,
does the slab have to be high then, like off
Yes.
the ground?
Yes.
So we'd
It
have
has-
to build up a slab.
If you look at a house with a heat pump, it is above the ground by 18 inches. I got it in my booklets here, but air conditioning units sit on a slab. Heat pumps do not sit on a slab. These are heat pumps. They do heat and air.
so we approved, just for the record, we approved heat pumps, 3 of them, for a house at the corner of Calumet and Park Avenue. They had to come twice before the preservation board because we have a lot of concern about aesthetics and how it was being shielded. But those are heat pumps that are elevated above slabs, away from the house.
Elevated above slab.
But
Yeah.
but they are elevated. So any other questions so we can keep this thing moving?
Only other, yes, thank you. Good point. Only other question is about the dryer vent. For obvious reasons, I think we'd be very reluctant to authorize punching a hole in the front facade of the house. Is there any other way to vent the dryer, or would it be possible to do a ventless dryer?
It is possible to do a ventless dryer. I looked into those, and they're just not as good. They're 24-inch, most of them, and they, you know, the whole principle is totally different. And I decided against it, and I bought the washer dryer for this apartment, which is already, it's not installed, but it's in the apartment in the closet, and I am hoping that maybe we could go up to the roof there, the roof line right at the apex. But it may be too long a run, and that's the one thing that I'm trying to sort through. But I was just hoping that this would not be very conspicuous right at the there's sort of a cornice there, and if you were right under it, and this is small, it's not big relative to that cornice, that it could be hidden in that corner. But I understand. I mean, it's like the last place I want to put it, but it's such a struggle. We've looked at so many different things.
Okay, those are my only questions, and I appreciate you being here and all the work you're doing.
Okay.
So,
All right. Thank you, Gerald. I'm next. My question was going to be about the dryer vent. And I guess I could say this in the deliberations too, but I feel very strongly about this. Dr. Quatella came to our board 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know if many of the current board members were at that hearing, but it was probably the best presentation I've ever seen. And I know that this man cares about preservation. He did an amazing job at the building next door. Again, I'll say this in deliberations too, but I don't see it. I think these units are better attached to the building. The building, if they ever had to take them off, and when they'd have to take them off, it could be filled. The masonry can be filled, so you couldn't even tell that they were there. I think that with landscaping, it will look much better if they were up against the building and screened with landscaping. And I really feel strongly about it. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done on this building, and I truly believe they're in the right hands. Just my feeling, just my own personal feeling on that. My questions have all been answered. Ed Kane, any questions for the applicants?
Chris, I'm going to second a lot of what you said. I was on the board when Dr. Quatella made that presentation 4 or 5 years ago, which I thought was an excellent presentation. He's demonstrated the care for the Lindsay house. I think he has that same care in mind for this house. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Isaac, any questions?
I just have one. Most everything has already been discussed. I just really have one clarification. I think it's touched on earlier, but I don't think I got the actual final answer. But so what is do we know what the maximum distance of the condensation line that goes from the unit to the from the actual to the condenser unit to the actual apartment unit? Like, how far can we go? Because I'm having a lot of problems with apartment 3, 6, and 7, the location of those. Even though they're on the back of the house, I think they look atrocious up that high. I don't have a problem with the ones down low, but the ones up high, I think, are just unforgivable. So do we know like what that maximum distance is that we can have the unit away from the actual condenser unit away from the apartment unit?
We'll have to investigate that. I don't know. It's height and distance. So,
Yeah, and I guess that's my question. Is like what is the, like how far away can we go? Because ideally what I would like to see would be like just the line like thoughtfully placed traveling down the facade, maybe in like the corner or like somewhere where it can be more concealed. And then the unit, I don't have a problem with it mounted where you mounted the ones that are down low at 2 and 5.
Okay, we can look into that. I am pretty sure I had this conversation with the installer, and because I didn't want him on the side of the building, but it was about the run of the line. Because it's insulated and all, but that's a long run, like from apartment 7 to go from the ground all the way up there.
Yeah, I completely understand, but it's also they're very loud on the facade, even though it's on the rear of the building. It still is, and it's also penetrating some of the, especially in that gable end, the historic terracotta shingles that are up there. So.
Isaac, what about in relation to window units, though? Which would you rather see?
I mean, it's a tough one. The thing about a window unit is you can always it's like removed in the winter. So it's something that's very easily removable. I know, I mean, I've lived in apartments in the past where I've had window units and they're obviously not as don't condition the air as well, but it's.
But there'd be window units in the front of that beautiful building.
Yeah, there were window units everywhere here,
but I guess we could talk about that in deliberations too.
Yeah, so I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay. If board members have no further questions, we'll go to Matthew. Matt, any public comments that need to be read into the record?
Yes, there is one. The applicant has already mentioned it, but for the sake of consistency with the other cases, I just need to log it into the record. This is from Maureen Dugan at 14 Barrington Park. It says, my name is Maureen Dugan and I am commenting on the above case related to installation of outdoor HVAC units and a dryer vent at 987 East Avenue. First, I would like to say what a delight it is to have the well-maintained Lindsay House in our neighborhood. Anytime we walk by, we love to look at the beautiful grounds and house. The same can't be said about the property next door at 987 East Avenue. The same level of care isn't visible to either the grounds or building, although I understand there is common ownership of both buildings. I would suggest that the approval of the outdoor HVAC units be conditioned on approved landscaping that conceals the units where applicable. With regard to the dryer vent in the front of the building, I really think this is unacceptable. With the advent of efficient ventless dryers, there is no need for this defacement to what could be a beautiful stone facade if it were clean. Again, that came from Maureen Dugan, 14 Barrington Park. And there is no other public feedback for this case, no oral testimony.
Okay, great. Thanks, Matthew. Applicants, if you wanted to rebut any of that, make any statements, you certainly are welcome to. You don't have to, but you have the right to.
I've commented already, I think. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will close the public portion of this case. And Matt will talk about deliberations, please.
Yes, so the public hearing for 987 East Avenue is now closed. The board will now move into deliberations. There is no participation by applicants or the public during this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Karsten. Karsten, your thoughts, please.
I still generally believe where you don't have to mount units to a historic facade, you don't do it, just as a general rule, just because it damages the facade. Damage is already done, so I'd be okay leaving them where they are. But that said, any other time we have an applicant come in with these type of units, we usually get a landscaping plan so we can see the entire picture. I personally would like to see what these are being fenced in with, to see the whole picture so we can approve what the final product is. I understand it's a work in progress and I have faith that the owner will do the right thing. But in all fairness to the other applicants, that we usually get a bigger picture of what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Because there's going to have to be a distance of several feet in front of all of these. So
It sounds like they're going to have to do a lot of excavating around the property before any landscaping can be done.
but a plan can be in place.
No, I totally agree. It sounds like there's going to be a lot of work that has to be done.
And that's just addressing the ones low down. Again, the ones up high, in my mind, the damage is done. So, and I understand it's expensive to run these lines and it's not feasible. So it's kind of a hard thing to avoid. And honestly, of all the things here, the one thing that doesn't bother me is the dryer vent, only because it's going to be 4 or 5 inches by 4 or 5 inches up high in a squared off area with a facade pattern that's already square up near an eave. I think it's the least of our issue here.
Okay. Thank you. Gerald?
So Kirsten convinced me on the dryer vent. So I would propose, what I would support is approving the dryer vent tonight, conditioning that support on the dryer vent either being painted to match the color of the stone or being bronze, but that it be a dark brown color so that it fade into the side of the building. I would approve that dryer vent tonight in dark brown color. And I would then hold the rest of the application regarding the HVAC units. And I would hold them pending 2 things from the applicant: more information about what's possible in terms of relocating the units and a landscape plan. I think the units hanging off the side of the building really look terrible. I know, Isaac, you and I disagree about that. You think the lower units look okay. And at some point it's an aesthetic judgment. I think the integrity of the stone building is our first priority. And I think having the units hanging off of it just do not look good. And I would pull them off the building. I would build a concrete pad. I would elevate them. We gave enormous attention to 3 units screened already in the side yard on Calumet Street. I think we should give the same attention to this much grander house on East Avenue. I would pull the lower units off the building. I would find out what's possible in terms of relocating those 2 higher units or the 3 higher units. And so invite the applicant to find out what's possible and then show us what other solutions are out there and marry that with a landscape plan.
Okay, thank you. The units on Calumet were at the corner of Walk and Don't Walk. I mean, you could see them from Park Avenue, you could see them from Calumet. You have to go around the back of this building to see these units. I would much rather have them screened in the back of the building than have window units hanging all over that gorgeous building. That's my personal opinion. I agree with you that I'd like to see a landscape plan. I think it's necessary because I think there's other work that has to be done, as I said earlier. But as far as the units go themselves, I think they're carefully planned. And again, I'd rather see them than units hanging all over the building in the summertime. I disagree with the dryer vent. I'd like to see it go through the roof if it possibly can. If you're talking about the integrity of a beautiful building, they're going to be drilling a hole right in the front of it with an aluminum dryer vent. So I think that's more important than the units that are hidden in the back, and then the units on the ground are going to be hidden with landscaping. I feel strongly about it. I really do, obviously. But those are my opinions. Ed?
Well, starting with the dryer vent, I think if painted, that 4-inch vent is not going to be visible from the street. And like you said, Chris, none of these units are visible from the street. And I think that was Dr. Quitella's, primary motivation for doing this is having nothing visible from the street. When you have window units, half the year they are visible from the street. I think this is a big improvement beyond that. And yeah, it probably would be nice to see some ideas for the landscaping that will hide those units in the back on the ground.
Okay.
Near the ground.
Okay, thank you. Isaac?
I think we need more information to actually make a decision on this. One, on the dryer vent, Chris, I completely agree with you. I think having a dryer vent on the facade of this building is unforgivable. I think they should look at a ventless dryer. I don't think they should even try to penetrate through the roof. I think with that tile, it's just asking for problems leaking in the future. So, I mean, I would say no on the dryer vent right now, but the other, I think I need information from, like, I need a contractor to come in and testify, like, what are the maximum distances we could be? Because I really think those upper units are terrible. And if we can bring those down lower, so they're like at grade and landscape them, I think we need landscaping. I think we need to know like what the maximum distance away from the actual apartments that these units can go. We just need a more comprehensive plan to be able to evaluate this.
So to take the temperature, it sounds like most of the members would like to hold this, given more information based on the comments that we gave in today's testimony. Okay?
Mhm.
Can I get a motion?
Try something. I'd like to motion for case number 8, file number A-022-21-22, the property at 987 East Avenue, to legalize a series of HVAC mini split units and a dryer vent, that we hold the proposal, asking that the owner come back with additional information, including potential mounting options for the HVAC units, the distance of the runs allowable from the unit, how they can be mounted, clearances around the units in which things can be planted, a supplementary landscape plan for how in the future the owner plans to hide the units on the lower level, and then alternate locations or solutions for the dryer vent on the front facade. Is that everything?
I think so.
I'll second.
A motion has been made by Kirsten Solberg and properly seconded by Ed Kane. I will go through the list of members and ask how they will vote on this motion. We'll start with Kirsten Solberg. You vote yea or nay for this?
Right.
Kirsten Solberg votes yea. Gerald Gamm?
Vote yay.
Gerald Gamm votes yea for this motion. Christopher Coretta is me. I vote yea for this motion. Ed Kane?
Yay.
Ed Kane votes yea for this motion. And Isaac Brocker?
Yay.
Isaac Brocker votes yea for this motion, a unanimous 5 votes. Thank you very much for everyone's patience. It was a late night. I appreciate it. That closes tonight's meeting.
Thank you, everyone. Have